Five. And welcome, Internet, to session, I believe this is 17 of Land Beyond the Mist. We are coming, I don't know, this is 2 days in a row now after a long break, coming on strong. Feels good to be back in the swing of things. Let us get started, as we always do, by going around the table and introducing who's playing. So I'm just going to go in the camera order as I see them. Sean, or no, I'm sorry, Sean, you're at the very bottom. Decode, why don't you introduce yourself and your character and tell me what you're doing?
Oh, I'm Decode, and I will once again be playing Tats. I think in the first session she appeared, Jamie summarized her as a person who got pyramid schemed into adventuring, and really appears to be the case, because it's now a third adventure, but over the course of the adventures she's been becoming progressively poorer, even though her goal was to make money. Well, maybe third time is the charm, we'll see.
You haven't had a lot of success bringing home the bucks, have you? Well, hopefully you have a better chance to find some riches today. Moving on, we have a new player. You going by the Broken in the Discord. Why don't you introduce yourself and the character you bring to the table today?
Well, my Discord name is The Broken, and my character's name is Edwin Blackbeard. He used to be an officer in the military on the other side of the mountain, not toward the mists, and he was honorably discharged / retired because of something that he did that he wasn't allowed to do. His officers didn't like it, so he decided to retire, didn't get his pension, and so he said, I need to make money somehow, so he decided to go on past the mountains into the mist.
All right.
Met up with the group in the tavern, signed up for their, stuff, and hopefully get some money.
All right, lots of looking for riches today. Hopefully there are some riches out there in the mountain for y'all. Exciting! Happy to have you here, and we'll see how it goes. Another welcome back to Leova, bringing back Darian today. Why don't you introduce him for those who may have missed it or need a refresher on who you're bringing?
Hi, I'm Leova. I'm cool. Cool. But I'm Darian today. Playing Darian Morning's Glory, who has a little bit of that same bravado that I just attempted to show and failed miserably. He is a mighty half-elf paladin riding his majestic steed, Theodore the Camel, now equipped with ringmail armor, which is stronger than many characters have and is actually what Darian used to have. Darian took up part of his old armor and he got it refitted onto Theodore. And Darian is now wearing chainmail.
Ooh, very nice. Seeing the climbing death count of mounts, this is probably a good idea. It's been a rough few weeks for mounts in the mist. All right. Well, excited to see. Excited to see the return of Darian and Theodore to the mist. Last but certainly not least, Sean, why don't you give us a reintroduction to yourself and the character you're bringing?
Sure, I'll try and be relatively terse. I'll try and squeeze in the backstory in the description kind of quickly. So Aaron, I don't know if anyone remembers, he was the wizard that was found in the cave when Creature and Marco C. Minor came in and found a guy who was being watched by a wolf. He's an 18-year-old guy. He has a completely shaved head, the tattoo of a black sun emblazoned around his eye. Across his chest is the tattoo of a black dragon, and then beginning on his left hand, moving up his shoulder blades and bringing down to the other side, is a dragonic written tattoo that spells, "We are the men who claim the stars." And a little bit of backstory on that. So Aaron was, from a very young age, as young as he can remember, brought up in a religious cult which worshipped both the arts of magic and what they believed to be the originator of the mastery of magic, or the first real user of magic, which was a ancient black dragon. And so as they were instructed in the time before elves and men and such, this black dragon rose up into the sky and broke off a piece of the black sun that gives us night and cast it down upon the earth. And from that, necromancy rose. And the remnants of the ruptures that people believe to be the stars is actually all the other schools of magic pouring down upon the earth. And so this is his understanding, and part of the cult was this reverence for this creature and waiting for its return. When he was first introduced into the cult, he was sort of brought in with another young child who'd been about 5 years old called Peter, and they both were in it from that young age, grew up within it. Aaron showed a lot of aptitude for magic, whereas Peter did not. So at the age of 18, the cult sacrificed Peter to extend the life of the cult leader and necromancer. So Aaron sort of
That's hard.
yeah. Aaron plays off like he's okay with it for a while, but then after weeks of waiting, begins his revenge and slits the throat of the person who had killed his friend, steals a spell book and runs off into the night. And so that's what he's doing beyond the mist. He's trying to both gain a mastery of magic to bring revenge against those who betrayed him, and then also try and get a better understanding of his sort of religious beliefs and where the real origins of magic are from, or if he's correct in his religious beliefs. I feel like I took too long, but
No, that's great. I'm looking
relevant.
forward to the Netflix adaptation of your backstory.
Yeah.
I want to see that. I think I'm gonna steal that cult at some point. Maybe I need a write up from you. That was good. I enjoyed that. Awesome. I look forward to seeing
Also,
how that informs.
Don't move past the first session.
Oh, sorry.
You kind of cut out there a little bit, Leova.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was saying that a lot of characters don't live past their first session. So if you can tell us who you are before you're horribly murdered, that's a strong point.
Well, I look forward to seeing how that backstory impacts your play and see what it brings to the table. Should be a lot of fun.
It's why he's doing what he is today. He's going to the Pale Steps because he's going on a pilgrimage to the Starlights. He wants to get as close as possible to the what he believes to be the origin of magic.
Awesome. Well, sounds very good. We have an interesting party full of adventures today. And as you said, you have started in the tavern, as always, around this great oaken table where the previous adventurers have carved their previous findings out in the mists for future adventurers to check out. You've agreed to go towards the Pale Steps, investigate what could be found there. Tell me, is there any preparations or things that you would like to take care of in town before we begin our journey out into the mists?
Okay, I think I got most of the stuff
Okay.
for the horse I need.
Perfect. Sounds good then.
Can I grab a water skin before we head out?
Yes, you should definitely have a water skin.
I don't know why I don't have one. I thought I had one.
Yes.
I have a mess kit, but I don't think that has a water skin. How much are water skins?
So water skin, it's been a minute since I've had to have someone buy it. Water skins will cost you 2 silver pieces, and cost you 5 pounds of weight.
Okay.
You should probably buy more than one. Maybe
Water
like
skins, you
3 or
might as well
4.
just buy one. By the rules in the mist, having multiple water skins will not affect the impact that they have.
Okay,
Mechanically,
so-
having one water skin and having 35 water skins is the same.
So you said how
It's
much
like advanced-
silver did you say it was?
Doesn't-
It weighs 5 pounds, costs you 2 silver pieces.
So that would be from 3 gold. It goes down to 2 gold and
8 silver.
8. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so it's okay. Thanks.
No worries. Very important water skin action there. All right. With the essentials finally looked after and taken care of, you band together and begin making your way into the mist. What I will need from the group is one person to act as a navigator. It doesn't have to be the same one every time, but for today, who's taking the navigator role?
I think it will be me.
Okay.
There may be a slight. I don't know exactly how it will roll, but Aaron has the feat Keen Mind, which allows him to always know which direction is north. So I'm not sure how that will affect navigation at all.
Well, you'll definitely know which way is north. However, navigating is more than just finding your way on a map. Perhaps if you had a really good map of the area and you had a keen mind to always know north, you would have a much easier time, right? Try navigating that map, probably no rolls. But navigating has more to do with finding the intended route through kind of hostile territory and doing so in an effective way that doesn't lose you time. When you fail a navigation roll, you don't necessarily become lost, as you do just lose time towards your goal, right? Your progress is stalled. But in the case that you need to know where north is, you will definitely know that. Awesome. So you are going to be our navigator for today. So what I would like from you is a destination, a intended route to take to that destination for the day's travel, and the pace at which you would like to move.
Yes, so I'm thinking we're going a sort of just northeasterly direction towards the Pale Steps, probably through the Golden Hills, bypassing the. Just try and zoom in on the map here. Try and bypass the ruined manor and just sort of walk a diagonal direction towards the Pale Steps as quick as we can. Well, not as quick as we can. I'd say maybe like a medium pace, just like average pace.
Okay, so a medium pace it is. Go ahead and give me a navigation check as you are navigating for the day. I usually take survival wisdom as the base, unless you have a different skill you would like to roll for that.
That sounds fine. Survival wisdom, sure.
Yep. You are traveling mostly through the kind of area around town here, so your DC will be 10 for your first day of travel. Excellent.
Oh no.
So, as you make your way through the plains and kind of pasture lands, small towns and roads near Farfield Keep, your first 12 to...
Sorry, I was muted. I apologize. I was going to ask, is Darian able to help at all with these survival rolls, the navigation rolls, as he's already been out before? He's always out in front, like leading the others. Not leading the others, with the whoever's in front. Yeah.
The navigation roll is not something that you're going to assist with. It's just going to be one person. But if you would like to take the role of navigator, you could attempt your own self. But in this case, no.
Probably not very good at it, but he's done it before, so he'll offer advice.
Awesome. You offer advice, telling the new adventurer found in the Howling Fields how it's done, and eventually you make your way through the pasturelands and small towns into the Gold Hills proper. The pastureland falls away, big rocky cliff faces, boulders, a high desert kind of rises up to meet you. You do your best to pick your way through valleys, make it easy riding for your two beasts of burden. Trying to stay out of, the up and downs and sheer cliffs. But unfortunately, you're not able to pick the best route. You end up wasting some time going around some boulders and picking your way through deep, dense brushes of juniper as you're making your way northwest. Tell me, what is the party like as you make your way through the Gold Hills for the first time?
I think...
Well, Darian is excited to be out again. So he's, looking forward to kind of helping all the newer adventurers. Which of you is on a mount for the first time?
I don't know if I'm riding the donkey so much as it's sort of being led behind us.
Walk the horses, don't we? Or walk the mounts? We don't ride them, really.
Yeah, I think he's sort of being led.
Okay. But every once in a while, Darian will hop up on Theodore and, give him like a kick and ride around a little bit. But mostly he's just helping y'all with adjustments of the barding and getting used to being out here in the wilderness, trying to keep like a very positive morale and keep spirits up.
All right.
I think Aaron's like I sort of like trying to keep like a mental note of like any specific landmarks that he might see on the way to sort of like indicate to him when he knows what on the return when he's coming towards the sort of periphery of civilization again. So any like, I don't know, particularly, I mean it's the Golden Hills, so it's just like large hills basically, isn't it? But anything that he could spot that could help.
Absolutely. You spend some time picking your way through, trying to identify the best landmarks to your ability. So, the four of you are making your way through the hills, picking through a particularly dense bit of underbrush late into the afternoon sun. And it is... it is our adventurer. I've lost his name. Broken. Remind me again the name of your adventurer. My brain's
his name's
out.
Edwin.
Edwin, thank you.
Edwin Blackbeard. You can call him Blackbeard if you want.
My brains fell out and I just completely forgot to write it down. Edwin,
Oh,
it
fine.
is you as the entire party is picking their way through dense juniper, making their way through a particular nasty bit of the cliffs. You spy out to the west of your party's adventuring path an odd sight. There appears to be a large, almost like ogre-like creature, half again as tall as your average man, and it is bent over and is like digging out big armfuls of dirt and casting it behind it in the late afternoon sun, seemingly unaware of you and the party picking your way through the hills, some about 65, 70 feet off in the distance. What do you do as you spy this?
Just a moment. Who's directly in front of me? Like, am I walking behind someone? Am I walking behind one of you guys?
Sure. Who is
Or, okay, so I'm gonna tap Leova. What's your character's name again?
Darian. Darian's
Darian.
usually in the
Okay.
front of the thing.
Well, I'm gonna tap him on the shoulder, and get his attention and be like, "Hey, Darian, look." And so I tell him to look in the direction I see it. Like, there might be like a half ogre over there. I'm not sure. We might need to be careful.
Half ogre, you said. A worthy opponent. What is he doing?
Looks like he's digging. Maybe he found something,
is he
or he's
digging?
burying some food.
Or rather,
Sure. Do you think we should go and see what's up?
I
Maybe
think
catch
if
him by
Aaron
surprise.
overhears this conversation, he's going to say he has very little interest in, like, just for no reason, just walking up to a half ogre and just seeing, like, what's going on. Like, he will definitely smash you in the face with a club. Like,
I don't know if you
it's
guys
just
heard me
like-
say that. I was like, surprising. Like to surprise him first, and then see if we can get the drop on him.
If you feel like you
I
need
do
to.
not know that
Oh, it's up to everybody
ogres
else.
are known to be the talkable of creatures, so I think we should perhaps wait. If we see what he's digging up, perhaps it could be of interest. If something happens, we could at least attack him while his arms are burdened with whatever it is he finds.
It's up to the group.
I'm fine with, like, hiding and just watching him from afar, if you'd like to.
All right.
That's fine with me.
You guys.
Darian turns to Theodore and says, Theodore, activate stealth mode. Puts down the little
Nice. You activate stealth mode, and the party sits down in this kind of juniper and watches the half ogre. The half ogre takes its time digging up these kind of like big handfuls of dirt, and eventually yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to, in case, is there any, like, degree to which I can, so, I'll just go say it. So, Aaron wants to, like, cast a minor illusion, just to expand the, like, camouflage to some degree.
Okay.
So I think he'll, like, pick some dirt up off of the ground and, like, put it in his mouth and slowly, like blow it out in front of everyone, and just see the juniper bush slightly, like, expand and extend and sort of bend over the top of us into like a full piece of camouflage.
Excellent.
That's
Yes.
what you're about to do, and then she grabs your arm and says, "Don't do that. Minor illusions don't move." So if he looks over, you will see that the juniper is not moving in the wind,
Okay.
as she
a good
herself
point.
knows the spell.
How close are we to the ogre, the half ogre?
Some 65 to 70 feet away at this point.
Would they notice the non-moving juniper bush at 70 feet?
I don't know.
If we're already quite well hidden, then
Yeah.
then I think it's fine. It just depends on the size of the camouflage.
Okay. Well, you hunker down and you watch this ogre work in the late afternoon sun. Eventually, the earth around it kind of gives way, and there's this kind of like shuddering in the earth as you watch. The ogre seems to be grappling with something underneath the ground for a small minute. A scuffle ensues, and then he drags out from the ground this like large, almost bug-like corpse with big mandibles and 6 to 8 legs on either side. It has chitinous kind of shell-like overlapping segments on its backside. And the ogre is just like choking this thing out, throws it over its shoulder, kind of looks around and begins heading off into the like hills proper, its prey on its back.
I see he was digging for lunch. A noble endeavor. Do we really want to bother this creature if he's just hungry?
I'm fine with letting it pass.
All right.
Yeah, we can let it go.
Better things to do.
All right, and so the party watches a safe amount of time, letting the ogre wander off into the hills before once again picking up your pace and making your way to the Pale Steps. The rest of the day goes by fairly uneventfully. You don't see anything other than, your small game birds circling the sky or whatnot. Night begins to fall soon after, and you begin thinking of setting up camp. What is camp like here for your first night out in the wilderness?
Well, Edwin, he used to be an officer in the military, so he kind of knows how to organize and plan certain strategies with his groups of, soldiers and stuff. He might not have been on the battlefield, but he knew of the terrain that they had to work in and the nights that they had to go with, like what the weather's going to be, that sort of thing. So he's not really been in the thick of it, but he's prepared himself for this sort of thing. He's more perceptive, I would say, probably, like trying to figure out the perimeter of the place. How safe is it going to be? His military mind is, focused mostly on that, trying to keep the party safe above all else.
Okay, excellent.
Speaking of which, Aaron has got a few large wooden stakes put on the side of Buttons the mule, and I'm thinking that he's got a shovel there. I think he'll dig just a mild trench in the floor just so he can embed the stakes into the ground and just make a slight wall of these stakes to try and act as like a charge breaker or something like that if anything comes running at them. If that's okay.
The anti-herd of goats strategy. I like this one. So we did some math on digging a giant hole in the last stream. I don't think you're going to be able to build a giant trench here, but I think you could dig out enough soil to place these stakes in the ground. Yeah. It wouldn't be a pure trench like you're thinking of in war, but some stakes set up defensively seems very reasonable. All right, excellent. The night. Yes.
Darian would help Aaron with setting that up. And then at some point he would casually mention, but Aaron is a wizard, I believe you said, correct? He would mention, friend, in my last adventure I noticed some of my companions shivering in the night. But this time around I have brought a tent. If somebody would like a nice, comfortable night's sleep, unbothered by bugs and the farts of the horses.
So is it nighttime?
Yeah, the sun's setting. It's getting towards night. You've decided to give up on traveling with whatever little light is left to instead set up camp.
As you say this, Aaron will be drawing a little vortex in the floor. Just in the dirt, slightly behind the spikes, but within the camp, maybe not where you're placing the tent. And he intends on spending a few hours just sat in the middle of that vortex under the stars and just absorbing the sort of power of the magic into him. So he'll probably jump into the tent at some point. He might just take first watch or whatever. I was thinking mechanically it would be a short rest or something like that. If I used a spell, that'd be how it absorbs back into him. But he's probably gonna do that for a bit. So he's probably just ignoring you to make sure that he gets the spikes in his vortex right or whatever. Just give you a thumbs up when you're talking about the 10.
All right.
A magic circle. Very interesting. Well, the tent will be ready for your friend. I even brought some pillows for a little taste of home.
Upon offering the tent to Tats, she immediately grabs it from your arms before even done talking, conjures up a hammer in her hand and starts bullying it and says, "That sounds like a great idea," and just lies down sleeping.
Yep. I've got 2 big comfy pillows and a 2-person tent, so y'all can be nice and nice in there.
Very good. The tent is set up, palisades set, the perimeter well checked for. Night falls and is relatively peaceful. During the night, second watch, so that will be same as before. Edwin, you notice there are a large flock of what appear to be birds hunting in the night. They have this like red plumage and are, numbering in the 20s, flying up and above you. Their cries ringing out. They don't seem to be molesting the party, but they are hunting something nearby. Do you do anything with this information, or do you continue to let your party rest in peace?
As long as the birds aren't seemingly dangerous or coming closer ever so slightly toward the camp, I'm just going to let them do what they want to do.
Okay.
But I am going to keep my eyes on them, well, if I can. I'm a dwarf. I have dark visions too, so I can probably see to the best of my ability. So.
Yeah, you keep your eyes on them, making sure that they don't pose any danger, and they do seem to be hunting something rather nearby. But the rest of your watch passes uneventfully.
Do I notice? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Okay.
What are you asking?
You said they seem to have been hunting something, and I'm like, well, would I notice what they're trying to hunt? Maybe that is closer to our camp. I was like, can I roll a perception check?
You take a look around trying to find it. It seems to be behind like some of these rises in the hills. You could probably get a good view of it if you wanted to like climb up away from the camp to get a good vantage point.
Yeah, let me see if I can do that. Yeah, let me see like a foothill or something I can do to get a better vantage point. Yeah.
All right.
I probably have you better look at the terrain, the geography. Do I roll perception?
Sure. Why not? Go ahead and roll me a perception check as you climb this kind of small foothill up near the camp to get a good look.
Okay, so that'd be a normal roll, I'm guessing. Wow.
You don't get a really good look at what it is, but these birds, numbering in a quite large pack, are dive bombing down in a kind of valley beneath where you guys are camping, some probably 100 feet or so away, and there is a big, large, dark shape down there. It seems to be batting back these birds as they kind of fly in and cry out. But from your vantage point in the dark, even with your dark vision, you can't quite make out any features of what this big shape is that they're attacking.
Okay, so Edwin notices that there's something going on. He doesn't know what it is, so he just walks back to the camp, and just kind of sets and waits.
Okay. You wait. Eventually, the birds move on. Their cries leave you peacefully in the night, and the rest of your evening goes by uneventfully. So we have reached the end of a night in the mist. So let us do some quick bookkeeping here. You have traveled an entire day at a medium pace, so I would like to see foraging rolls for each of you. They will be at disadvantage, but the DC for you, since most of the day was spent going through farms and pasture land, will be 10.
That'd be survival. Okay.
Survival wisdom is the baseline, unless you have some other skill that you'd like to apply to the way you forage.
Yeah, so I guess it'd be disadvantage. You said the DC 10?
DC 10, yes. So I have 1, 2, 3 rolls. Who am I missing here? Leova.
Wow.
Ooh. You have all failed to find food and water. So I will need feed marked for each of the pack animals for the day. I will need 2 pounds of rations marked for each of your characters. And as you wake up in the morning, you are dehydrating, and your characters will take 2 levels of exhaustion for this first day out in the mist. At the end of the night's rest, if you had any HP loss, you could spend hit dice and then regain some, but you are already at full. There was no combat during the day. So,
Greg, here's an idea, Greg. I'm a conjurer, so I can summon a funnel, and I also have the fog cloud spell. with which I could, for an hour, create a fog.
Just
By then,
funnel
also-
it through to try to make it condense.
Also, I have Ray of Frost, with which I could cool it down, and it's like I can cast Ray of Frost once every second, so that would be 10 castings per minute. So 600 castings of Ray of Frost in an hour long.
I
Can I get at
appreciate
least, like,
I
water
appreciate
for one
your
person?
creativity. I think that's very funny. But no, we're
Okay,
not going to
well.
be allowing infinite water from camp trips.
water.
Thank you for that. That was clever though. I think good, clever.
It's a spell
use.
slot investment, and I would say it would only yield water for one person, but okay, well,
No,
you're the judge. So.
So, the morning of the second day comes. You were unable to find food and drink. You managed to, from your supplies, eat, but you are all dehydrating and exhausted. What is the plan here as you are into the Golden Hills proper?
Just if it's fine if it's nothing. It's just on the. 'Cause I wasn't aware of that rule, but I brought, I think, on the horse like 100 pounds worth of water, something like
Oh.
that. Shall we just like
Do you
Wait, 'cause I
have
have a-
an entire gallon bucket? Like,
I have a 70-pound barrel with water, and then I have. Let me just check. I have 9 water skins all
Nice.
filled with water.
okay,
as
so your
well.
water skins I don't care about. You either have
Yeah, that's
one or
fine.
you have a million. If you are
Yeah.
you strapped an entire barrel of water onto your donkey.
Yeah, I thought it was. I thought it was necessary to keep the mule alive, so I had like a 70-pound barrel worth of water for the donkey to drink. So yeah.
Okay, well, you probably have saved us some water issues. So the barrel can hold 40 gallons of liquid, and you filled it full. So you are all capable of drinking from the barrel this day. The barrel itself has 1 day's worth more of water without being refilled from a consistent source. But you are not dehydrating. You have drank water from the giant barrel that has been sloshing on the back of this camel, and you are okay. So it is the second day.
I was gonna say, I think probably what happened. Decode, Tads and Aaron were so comfortable in that tent that they just forgot all about the water that they brought, and Darian and Edwin were too busy worrying about everyone else to do it right. They both failed miserably. So eventually, we're like dying of thirst. Darian's like, "Wait a minute. What's that?" or something. And then we all realize we have all that water, when we're just like, ah.
Yeah, you get a
I
little
imagine it's
thirstier than you
actually-
think you should, but eventually you drink the water. I'm sorry.
Imagine it's actually a camel. I imagine it's a camel who like starts tapping at the barrel. Hey, you idiot! I'm thirsty. Open this up.
There you go. That's exactly
Or
it.
like,
Saved.
or like, like a little bit. Like,
Perfect.
oh wait,
So, the second day comes. You are not dehydrating. What is the plan?
So I think Aaron was anticipating his keen mind being slightly more useful for navigation. So I think he might have a discussion with Oliver. What's your character's name again? Sorry,
Darian.
Darian. Darian, yeah. I think because
Darian.
you might have slightly higher wisdom, so I think he might hand the reins off to you on navigation if you think you do a better shot at it. Because he's only got
Yeah,
a +1 to wisdom.
yeah. Darian will happily take over the navigation.
Okay.
As a experienced adventurer, I surely will find the way.
Excellent. So,
you
Darian,
do
you will
better
take
than the
over
last time.
navigator's role. Please give me a intended route to your destination for the day worth of travel and the pace that you will be traveling at.
I believe we're good maintaining our medium pace and our same direction and destination. I don't think we have any changes in our track, as far as I can tell. Is that correct,
All right.
team?
We should
Sounds good.
slow down, considering we don't have water anymore, so we don't have disadvantage on the forage rolls.
Well, we have 1 day of water left, right?
Yeah,
So-
the barrel essentially
should we-
was half used.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, then yes.
Yeah. So could we maybe save the water for a time when we do fail to forage? Is that a reasonable thing that you'd allow?
Yep.
If we find a place where we can refill, then it doesn't matter, right? Because we just fill it right back up.
Yep.
So we can just use it when we want.
Right, yeah, but we shouldn't assume on that. So I feel like, we should go to like a slow pace, keep it nice and chill, and save the water for the emergency.
Okay, so a slow pace with the same route, straight as an arrow to the Pale Steps. Excellent. Go ahead and give me a navigation check, please. You are traveling at a slow pace, so you will roll at advantage. In the Golden Hills proper, navigation DC is 15.
Huh? That's not stuff.
All right.
There we go. That's
Darian leads the way, picking through the Gold Hills very expertly, using his knowledge of previous adventures to try to find shorter, easier paths, sticking to the valleys and the shade as your day continues. What is the morale like? How are you traveling through the...
careful of weirdos droppings over here. Do not step in them. They are mighty.
They are mighty indeed.
Sorry, you were saying? I apologize.
Oh, I was asking how the party travels here in your second day. What is the mood like? What are y'all doing?
On the first day, Tats paid a lot of attention not communicating with other people because of all the people she's ever ventured out with, I think only one is confirmed alive. But now after the great gesture with the tent and sleeping in the same tent as another person, I don't think we determined who it was, she can't help but warm up to those people.
Mm-hmm.
Mind them a little bit.
Excellent.
Edwin is a dwarf, so he's usually very distant with people generally. So like it usually takes him a little longer to make friends or make acquaintances. But he'll try and take care of the party to his best of his ability. He's been feeling a little fine. This is new to him. I don't think he's ever met any monsters before, technically. So, like, him seeing anything, like whether it's vultures or, ogres, half-ogres, whatever, he might be a little afraid, but he's not showing it.
All right.
Can we see the sort of, like, mountain range that constitutes the Pale Steps in the distance over the hills, or is it still
at this point, as you are making your way through into the morning, into the noon time, yes, you see these kind of large mountains pulling themselves up out of the hills in front of you. Their top kind of maybe top quarter of the mountain, 1/4, shrouded in this kind of pale white mist, even though it is a cloudless day out here.
I think Aaron is getting positively giddy as he gets closer and closer to the mountains. I think he's very, very excited to experience like magic pouring upon him from such a close proximity after so many years of studying underground from place to place or whatever, and never really getting to really experience the world in that way, in that aspect of the world.
Okay. Awesome. You're checking out the mountains, feeling pretty good about yourselves. You kind of are climbing over some rocks, getting into a particular valley that Darian has spotted, and begin to make your way. You begin to make your way through it when it is Darian who is first to notice I have lost the fourth character here. There's Edwin, who has spotted a group of gnolls. There is 5 of them, and they seem to be like patrolling, and like they have their spears out, ready to use them, and are actively kind of looking like for the party. As you turn this corner, you spot them, and you realize as you spot them, they spot you, and you are walking right into a Gnoll patrol. Let me bring you over to this map here. There are these 5 of them standing in this kind of small valley that you are walking through, right in front of you. So, they immediately raise their spears up over their heads, give out a cry in Gnollish, and we are going to end up rolling some immediate initiative against these gnolls. Go ahead and click on your tokens that I've placed on the screen. Feel free to place them in whatever marching order you would like before the battle, and then roll me some initiative.
Ooh. Just a second.
No worries.
I accidentally closed my my sheet. Right. Does that come through?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like
Darian
it.
has lowest.
All right.
Because as the Gnolls raise their weapons,
Mhm.
he raises his too and says, "Ah, Gnolls, a mighty foe." And he kind of gives like a brief, like almost monologue. He was like, "Oh fuck, oh shit, time to fight this guy."
You're mid-monologue when the fight breaks out. Excellent. So, the first to react is actually Aaron. What do you do as these gnolls raise their spears and begin to, like, move menacingly towards you?
So are they within closing distance of us?
They are about they're within whatever distance they are in the map. It seems the closest gnolls within 35 feet of Leova.
So, Aaron is. Oh, sorry, clicked on the wrong thing there. So, Aaron is. Is there one that's particularly larger than any of the others, or are they all about the same size?
No, they look to be about the same.
So, the one I suppose that's nearest to us. So, Aaron will sort of turn to face it and begin to mutter something under his breath, and you'll see all of a sudden, just out of his like canine teeth, these little black drops pour down into underneath his cloak, and all of a sudden his cloak will burst open, and you'll see the black dragon that's emblazoned on his chest start to crawl out of his chest and begin snaking down him, an anaconda looping around his body till it's next to his head, and then it jumps up into the sky, wraps itself up in its wings like a bat, and then tries to like nosedive straight in the direction of the nearest knoll. And I think it's here. I should be able to.
That is an exciting spell. The dragon manifestation of your magic races out towards the nearest knoll. But the knoll takes its shield and like kind of bats at your dragon's form and knocks it out of the way, safely to the side. All right. And with that, we'll go to Edwin. It is your turn. You see this magical display in front of you. What do you do?
Edwin's never really met anyone that uses like this sort of magic or magic in general. He's mostly just been, with soldiers like dwarves, humans, that sort of thing, commanding those people. So he's a little taken aback by it. But again, as a soldier, he's ready to fight. So he's, fighter. He's got his, survival mode on, and he sheathes his maul, takes out his. I'm allowed to take out my Hold on, my maul wasn't out. So I'm taking my light crossbow out, and I'm going to first get out of the way. I don't want to shoot my friend.
Solid.
I'm going to move. Let me see where I can do. I'm going to move here, 15 feet. I think I can do that.
Yep.
I'm going to move behind this rock, if I can, or right here.
Sure,
get a little bit of cover, and then shoot the light crossbow at this knoll here.
All right. Sounds good. You dive behind a rock to get some cover, steady your crossbow, and let it loose. Go ahead and roll to attack.
Okay. So that's normal.
Your 10, once again, is flying straight and true, but this is a truly gifted shield user. He brings his shield around just in time, and your bolt sticks right in it. All right.
Edwin yells, damn it, I missed. Reload! And so he's going to reload.
Excellent. You cry out with your reload. And Tads, you see this gnoll batting back your allies' attacks. What do you do?
Tats hides behind the tree for a movement, and then she prepares to cast a grease spell if, with the trigger being if somebody does any of those 4 spells, then she wants to cast it there.
If anyone, I'm sorry, what was the trigger again? I was a little confused by that.
Any creature enters one of those 4 squares.
I see. Okay. The moment a creature enters one of those 4 squares that you have marked, you will be casting Grease. Excellent. Sounds good. And with that, the gnolls raise their spears. They give out a gnollish cry. And the first gnoll will do exactly what you expect as it comes charging forward. 5, 10, 15, 20. And it enters the area where the grease would be cast.
Tats leans backwards, forms a trumpet with her right hand, and spits out a fountain of green, greasy substance, which covers the ground.
Excellent.
The text.
I'm just going to draw in your grease here so that we
This-
see it.
Yeah, 10
Boom.
foot square.
All right.
Yeah, exactly.
Excellent.
Yeah.
You lean back, you cast your grease. This gnoll will make a dex save successfully. Yes.
Wow.
All right. So that was 20 feet of movement. Then it goes 25 and 30. And it
Uh-oh.
realizes that it's right next to Darian and brings its spear to bear against you with one hand.
You take into consideration that the grease area is difficult terrain.
The grease area is difficult terrain.
Yeah.
You're correct. Even on a success. My bad. It stops here, losing the rest of its movement. And then will target this guy. It will target Edwin instead, as it was not in melee range. It will instead take its spear and throw it like a javelin. Edwin, it attacks you with a 16. Will that hit?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. You will take
Wait a
5.
minute. Armor class is 16, so if he hits that 16, he hits me, right?
Correct. Yes, he just has to
Okay,
meet your
yeah,
armor
you're
class.
right. Got
All
it.
right, he just meets your armor class. The spear gets thrown overhand, striking into your fleshy exposed bits, and dealing 5 points of piercing damage. The next gnoll is going to similarly run up. 5, 10, 15, 20.
The gnoll ends his turn in the grease, so he has to succeed on another DC 14 dexterity save.
Next turn, absolutely. This gnoll's 30
Says-
feet of movement get him to the end of it. He's already saved once for your grease. He's not going to save 2 and 3 times per round. The start of his next turn, we can definitely get another save. So he's moved 30 feet. He cannot get into the grease range himself. He has 2 targets that he can reach with his thrown attack. And he chooses Darian. Darian, you are the one being attacked by this gnoll. He throws his spear at you for a 9. Not able to hit you.
Before we move on, I do want to ask one thing. Mechanically, for the purposes of Grease with the whole prone thing, if it's at the start of their turn, they'll just stand back up. So I know Grease is worded that way to make it at the end of their turn, so that it still has an effect for the later combats.
I
I just
don't
want to
don't
double
care.
check on that. before we move on.
All right, he succeeds
One of
his
those
save. Cool. We're done.
Okay, cool. Good stuff.
You get missed. This move goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. There's only one person in range for his spear throw. He will throw it at you for a 16. Will that hit you?
Me? Nope, that no longer hits. I have 18 with just a
All
armor class.
right. Excellent. So that is the 3 gnolls in front. These 2 in back take a couple steps. Well, this one's actually going to move 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 behind this rock. And this one will move here behind this rock. And they pull out some bows. And with their bows, they start taking pot shots at those of you in the back. The first one will shoot at... Ooh, it will shoot at Tads. The first bow attack is a 21, Tads. I assume that's going to hit you. All right. You will take 9 points of piercing damage. The second gnoll shoots at Aaron. Aaron, you are attacked with a longbow for a 4. It doesn't hit you. Excellent. That is the gnoll's turn. Darian, it's your turn.
As Edwin charges ahead and then gets promptly pierced by a spear, he says, "Friend, we should stick together. We work better as a team. I can use my shield to protect you." And then he will move up next to Edwin and attack this gnoll with the Minotaur's battle axe.
Okay.
As I open my sheet back up after having closed it like a silly boy. Here we go.
Oh, you swing your mighty battle axe of the Minotaur, but your blade is knocked back by the defensive posture of the gnoll, not finding any meaningful purchase. All right.
All right. I
Aaron.
will then say,
Oh,
say, Aaron, get behind me, or get behind this rock at least. It will give you some cover from their ranged attacks, and I can protect you with my shield.
all right. Aaron, you are beseeched to find some protection. What do you do?
That's probably the first thing that he does. I think he'll move behind it. I'm really worried about getting cornered by that one on the right, so not sure how much movement I have.
30 feet,
have 30 feet?
For a move.
30 feet, and each square is 5 feet, right?
Correct, yes.
So just go 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. So I could move directly to there, but then they're probably just going to come around and wing me anyway. But actually, no, I'm gonna move back here. That's okay. So I'll move behind this rock, and hopefully I'll have some protection. Then I'm going to Aaron's going to rub his hands together and whisper into them again. And shoot 3 magic missile darts at this one. I can't ping it on the far left. Do you know the one be hiding behind that rock? Just
The one all the way back here. Yes.
Yes,
Absolutely.
Yeah. So he's gonna triple bolt the thing. There you are.
Oh my! Oh, that's not one missile. My brain thought that was one missile for a moment, and it melted. All right, your magic missile flies out, striking the gnoll with the longbow behind that rock to the left, dealing 13 points of damage to it. Ouch! The gnoll kind of cries out, and it's like dog-like bark. In pain. You get a good look at it, and you appear to bloody the creature behind the rock. Excellent. Edwin, what do you do?
Okay, so is that spear in my body at any somewhere, or is it just not there? Do I have to pull? Or did I just?
You don't have to pull it
out?
out. It's fine.
Okay.
It's an abstraction.
All right. Well, Edwin's pretty mad. He got hit with a spear, so he's going to and he uses his second wind to give himself some,
Okay.
I think what's a 1d10 plus?
Yeah,
my
1d10
constitution
plus 1 since you're a first level fighter.
Okay, 1d10 plus 1. Get some health back. Wow.
Ooh. Very nice.
So, does that give me all of that health?
It'll give you health. It'll give you 11 health back up to your maximum. It doesn't.
Okay, gotcha.
Maximum.
Temporary hit points or something. Okay.
No.
All right, cool. And that's a bonus action, I believe. So he's going
Correct.
to. He's mad. So he's going to. I'm guessing the crossbow isn't loaded, so he's going to take that. Taking my maul out, does that cost an action?
No, you can draw a weapon as part of your movement.
Okay, so he's going to put the crossbow down. I guess he can put the crossbow down, and then he's going to draw his maul, and he's going to move just next to his newfound partner, and he's going to hit He's going to try and hit the gnoll with the maul.
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll to hit for me.
Take this, you bastard! And so he's going to.
Oh no!
Wow.
Your maul does not find flesh. That is unfortunate. Once again, this is
higher, friend. If you can.
A little higher.
This is just the shield master of the gnolls right here. It's just blocking everything that you're doing. It's crazy. Excellent. That brings us around to Tads. You see the comic defense of this gnoll inside the grease. What do you do?
Tad spits into her left hand and then starts drawing a spiral with it with a in a palm with her right thumb as she casts fog clouds.
Ah.
And that's a 20-foot radius, and he wants to cast it like this, basically.
Sure. Do you want to draw it, or do you want me to draw it?
You draw it. Well, the correct description. There we go.
All right.
And then after she creates it, she goes hiding in it.
All right. So you create a 20-foot fog cloud. I'm just going to make it like light blue. That seems good. So 20 feet is about 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 10, 15, 20. About like this. Is that where you imagined it? Okay, perfect. You create a big, dense fog cloud surrounding you and your companions. Then it is Noel's turn. These Gnolls... This Gnoll needs to get out of the grease. It doesn't know what to do. It saved at the end of its turn, so we're going to treat that as the way it works. We're not going to make it save now. It's going to step out of the grease, which will take it out of Darian's attack threat radius. Go ahead and give me an attack of opportunity if you would like.
No. Darian saves his reaction to pretend his friend Edwin in case he is attacked.
Excellent. And so then it will step around here and will it will pick up the second spear off of its back and will make a single-handed spear attack against you, Mr. Edwin.
If it's against Edwin, I will oppose disadvantage as it tries to sneak around all cowardly-like.
Okay. You oppose disadvantage with your shield, trying to push it in. So instead of that 19, it rolls a 19. It still manages to hit despite your best efforts with the shield. And the gnoll will strike you for 8 piercing damage, Edwin. This gnoll here...
I am sorry, friend. I tried to stop its attack. It is mighty strong. These creatures are savage.
This gnoll here is going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 to go around and attack you, Darian. It too pulls out its second spear and will attack you with a 23. Ooh, the dice are hot. Dealing 5 points of damage to you. This gnoll here is interested in this fog cloud. It's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So it can't attack you from here. It is obscured. So it's going to make its move 5, 10. And it's going to move up here 15. That's its turn. These gnolls up at the top can no longer shoot those squishy mages in the back. This upsets them a great deal. They begin moving up 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And this one will go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And they will take shots at their remaining targets. The first one will go on to Darian. The longbow shoots you with a 22, hitting you for 9 piercing damage, Darian. And the gnoll up at the top will choose Edwin. Keep it a little bit fair. He fires with a 4, missing you terribly. And that is the end of their turn. Darian, you're getting slowly surrounded by these gnolls. What do you do?
I am struck, but I am not yet down. Maybe I'm muted.
Nope.
I'm not muted. Attack onwards.
All right.
Let me see. Okay. Yep. We shall strike at this sneaky, dastardly gnoll.
Oh, despite your battle axe's magic,
Oh,
you are
man.
unable to strike it. All right, Aaron, you're now face to face. Oh, I'm sorry, Leova. Did you have more you wanted to do? Nope. Okay. Aaron, you are now face to face with a gnoll that has come inside this fog cloud. What do you do?
Sorry, that was muted. In terms of the fog that I'm in, like how obscured is it? Like
Fog
what can I
Cloud
see
says
exactly?
the area is heavily obscured, which will impose basically disadvantage, I think. I don't know. So I don't know how
a
it
wash.
treats. I don't know how it treats the area inside of the fog, but the way I would treat it is you can't see them very well and they can't see you very well. So like they would technically have advantage for you not seeing them well, but they would have disadvantage for not seeing you well. And like basically washes out to just normal inside the fog, but things like outside the fog can't really shoot you.
Okay.
Both of you basically
I'm
have the
pretty sure
blinded
it's-
condition.
And withdraw is a full turn action, right? It's like
What was a full
If
turn
you
action?
withdraw-
I'm sorry.
if you withdraw, like
Disengage.
backwards, it's like it's an
Yeah,
action, right?
yeah.
Okay. And if you new to the game, and if you cast magic within melee distance, do you like incur an attack?
No, you don't incur an
Nope.
attack. A ranged spell attack would be at disadvantage, but a spell that requires a save or a spell that auto hits, for example, would be fine.
Okay. Oof. A little bit worried about using my last spell slot here, so I think I might take the disadvantage hit
Okay.
and just try and
Wait.
firebolt him
All right.
close range.
For him to get an opportunity attack against you, he must see you, so he can just walk away. Unless
Oh, is that
Greg
so?
rules that if you're really close to each other, then
He
you
can
can
see
see
me
each
though,
other.
right? It's just slightly obscured. He's not like blind.
Yeah, there
Heavily
is.
obscured, which means both have the blinded condition.
That is true.
You're both
Technically,
blind? Okay.
technically, everyone inside this fog cloud is blind. That is true.
Okay.
Just running an
So
opposite
in that case, I'll take just a few steps away from him. Let me cancel.
Okay.
Just so I don't have disadvantage. I'll be like here, and then I will. I'll blast him with.
That seems
with a
fair.
firebolt.
Yeah, go for it. You're 14. This guy had his spear and shield, right? He's not a longbow. That will not hit.
I've never hit a.
Wow. Wow.
Not with this character. I think I
no.
got one hit with the other one before he got his head ripped off.
All right. Edwin, you are facing down one of these creatures next to the grease spell. What do you do?
Yeah, Edwin holding onto his maul, looking visibly weak. He's coughing up a bit of blood. He's like, ah. And so he's gonna try and smack that maul. I'm sorry, smack the knoll that hit him. He's really, really angry.
All right.
So, yeah, wow.
Oh, a
Okay.
natural one. Oh no. You
Okay.
guys haven't hit these
Yeah.
knolls with anything but a magic missile. I guess Grease worked on one of them, kind of. Oh, unfortunate. Taz, you're in the fog with a knoll. What do you do?
Looking great, guys.
We're getting more next in.
Well, to be fair, Taz can't see it, so it's fine. Taz makes twisty and twirly hand move. Actually, Greg, before I do anything, if Taz looks out of the fog cloud to the south, is there any like tree or rock within 40 feet of her?
To the
think she
south.
looked behind?
Sure, why not? There could be a patch of juniper or a bush or something pretty easy.
In that case, she will do twisty twirly hand movements and blow a kiss as she casts Ray of Frost the knoll.
Okay, you blow a ray of frost. Go ahead and roll to
Well,
hit. Oh, that's a
so much for it.
9. No, that doesn't do it either.
And then she runs 40 feet south.
Sure.
40 feet southwards, trying to hide behind a rock
All
or
right,
something.
you are-
Like, as in, like rise the cow behind it so that if somebody comes out of the fog cloud, they can't immediately see her.
Okay.
Wow.
Sounds good. I'll just note here. I'll leave you in the same square that you were. I'll just note that you're 40 feet south because you are at the edge of the map. It's interesting how often I have characters just run off the edges of the maps here. All right. That brings us to Knoll turns. All right. We'll just do these first with the ones in melee here. The first Knoll will be the one fighting Darian. It swings its spear at you. Critically hitting you for 9 damage.
Wow. Wow.
As Darian goes down to 0 hit points, he tries to block, and the nose spear just pierces through his shoulder. He falls down and shouts, I'm down! But worry not, we shall get back up. We shall defeat these gnolls. Have faith!
I like the long monologue as you're dying. Very good. All right, you are down then. The Knoll on the other side will attack Edwin with a spear. With a 23. Oh my god, they cannot miss. They deal 6 points of piercing damage to you.
Well, Edwin, seeing his friend go down, he's trying to keep them all up. He's shaking, and he just falls to the floor.
No. All right.
He's at a -1, I think that would be.
Okay, so yeah, you are bleeding out. And then this Knoll here sees those 2 are down. Did it see the wizard leave the fog cloud? No. It was unable to see the wizard leave the fog cloud, so it moves up 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It moves again 5, 10, 15, 20. Oh, there's a mule here. 25, 30. Oh, there's a friend here. He's done. And this one will move up as well. 20, 25, 30, 10, 15, 20. This one's going to go around 25, 30. He's not sure what he's going to find, but he doesn't want to be inside there. That is the Knoll's turn. Excellent. Yep, I think that moved all of them. Darian, you are bleeding out. Please roll me a death saving throw. That is 1 success. Excellent. Aaron.
As Darian lays there on the ground, when he fell, there are a couple of visible potions on his side. If somebody wanted to grab one, maybe they could have a chance.
Snatch and grab and go. Yeah.
Aaron, you are in this fog cloud. There are dark shapes moving in from the other side. You've heard the deathly cries of your companions outside of it. What do you do?
Darian, you have a horse, right? Or a camel or something like that. Is that one of the 2 mounts that's that I'm next to right now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. You tried to ask Darian that, and his body just gurgles slightly, but you look back. Theodore, the camel, is there with his majestic armor, waiting for y'all to finish this fight.
So hearing Darian's glorious speech before he hits the ground like a thud, Aaron is a mixture of concerned and emboldened simultaneously. So I think what he's going to try and do, if this is at all possible, is he's going to try and mount on Darian's horse.
Okay.
I remember what the name was. And
Camel.
He's going to...
Majestic camel. You may position yourself between the humps.
Oh, it's just a camel. Oh, okay. Well, I think it'll still be more stable than Buttons. So we're going to... he's going to get on top of that. And I don't know what movement I'm permitted when riding a camel.
So the way this works for a trained mount is it takes half of your character's movement to mount the horse, or in this case, camel. So half of your movement mounts the camel. Then the camel is trained, right? It's not acting on its own. So you command the camel to use its action and its move, right? So the camel could take an action. It's not a war camel. It doesn't get to aggressively spit for damage at the gnolls. But you can use it to double move or to disengage or to use its actions. And then it gets to move its movement as well. And you would have your action to take during all of this as well, since mounting the horse only took half of your movement.
So mechanically, there's no difference then between the mule and the camel. They're exactly the same. If that's the case, he would jump on the
Let
mule.
me double check. I haven't looked at the camel stat block.
Insofar as Aaron knows, because I don't think Aaron's gonna know if
Fair
the camel's
enough,
like
yeah.
sturdier.
The camel's actually like way faster than the mule. Holy shit!
guess on that.
Camels are
He knew,
fast. Yeah, and apparently their spit has a bludgeoning attack attached to it. This camels are real good. Apparently, holy shit, we need to nerf camels. Yeah.
So before the nerf comes into effect, Aaron jumps upon the camel, takes a step out of the. I'll just use my token to represent where the camel is as well, I suppose.
Sure.
Takes a
Yeah.
step
I'll
out
delete
of-
one of these, and then you're on top of the camel.
Takes a step out of the fog and will sort of yell to Tads that there's a potion over there, you can save them. And then he's going to try and do his most provocative middle finger at all the gnolls, and as the finger recedes back into his hand, he blasts the nearest gnoll in the face with a magic missile. Oh no, because he's gonna have to try and move. So I don't think I can move if I shoot him with a magic missile. Can I?
You also can't see them through the fog, so you need vision for magic missile.
Well, he stepped outside
Okay,
of
yeah.
the fog, right?
Yeah, okay, that's
Wouldn't it be obscure in between? I would. Oh, he's to the left. Okay, I see. Yeah, then yeah. I thought
Yeah,
he was.
I
Well,
think-
okay,
I
so
think I can only move.
he can't shoot these two gnolls here, or probably the one on the opposite side of the fog. But these two are definitely shootable at this point.
Right, but that he wouldn't be able to move though, because he's already used half his move, right? So
You moved half your move onto the camel. The camel now has moved 5 feet. The camel has an additional 45 feet and an action to move.
Oh. Okay. I still think he's going to try and get some distance, so he's probably he'll still do the provocative middle finger, but there'll be no magic missile coming out of it as he moves 90 feet away, and he's going to try and draw the gnolls to chase him. So trying to drag this across. I'm gonna move this probably going to take me off the map or something like that, because I think it's more than that's 20 in that direction. So assume he's like Taz, we're both off the map, but in different directions. And,
All right. You move 95 feet off the map, giving a very provocative middle finger at the gnolls. 2 gnolls see your provocative middle finger. Let me see what they think of it. Okay. Very good. Edwin, you are bleeding out. Please make me a death saving throw. That is 1 success. All right. Tads, you're doing your best to kind of make yourself inconspicuous some 40 feet away from your fog cloud. You see a provocative middle finger given and a heroic charge away from the battlefield by Aaron. What do you do?
Tats is very comfortable with the situation. She's found herself in it repeatedly. And she starts massaging her leg as she casts, what's it called? Longstrider on herself, increasing her movement speed to 50, and then she runs down 50 feet again, trying to hide behind something.
Okay. So I'm just gonna ask a question here. You have now officially both of you run very far off the map. You have Longstrider and you have a camel. You can outrun these gnolls at any amount. Do you intend to come back and fight, or are you just staying away, trying to hide, trying to keep your distance?
Tats would attempt to hide, and then she would attempt trying to pray to the god of safe return, making a deal and saying she would trade. No, wait. She would trade. She would offer trading her arcane focus, so no more material components, in return for letting her and her two allies, whoever like survives the death saving throws, home.
Okay.
She herself had once been dragged home by the god of safe return while she was unconscious.
All right, let's deal with that then in a minute. You run off and hide for the time being.
I think that's been. Oh, sorry.
No, I was going to ask you, are you running off to? Like, do you intend to return to this battlefield anytime soon?
I think I read in the Discord that the God of Safe Return thing isn't going to be allowed to use as a get out of jail free card, so I'm not sure that will work.
Okay.
But
right.
yeah, Aaron's plan
will try anyways.
was to try and draw the gnolls towards him, and try and get Tads to go around the sides. But if she's not going to do that, he's still going to try and draw them off and hope that you guys I don't know, he'll get try and get them far enough away that he might be able to loop around, but he's not just going to run into the middle of 5 gnolls and just get immediately annihilated.
So you're going to try to harry them from distance, is what I'm hearing?
I'm going to try and get them as far away from the two that are on the ground, hope they survive their death saving throws, and then maybe if we get them far enough away, loop back around and try and
okay.
do what we can.
So the gnolls are essentially going to form up with their shields, right, and protect themselves from your volley, right? They can't catch you. Maybe they try to catch you. You get a couple of attacks off, right? But essentially, while you're harrying them, it becomes pretty evident that they can't catch you, and they're gonna form up with their shields to try to protect themselves, and then the two with their long bows are gonna try to shoot you down, and so effectively, I will let you make any number of attacks that you like during the rounds which the death saving throws are made for your companions. But any attack that you make will be returned by a longbow. So I'll let you choose whether or not you want to get in and engage like that. I'm just going to go around. Darian. You are up next in the turn order. Please make me a death saving throw. That is 1 failure. Aaron, would you like to attack this round?
No, I think Aaron's going to stay at 300 feet, and he'll try and. So are they formed up in a specific direction together, like a phalanx, or are they kind of fanned out and sort of staying guard? You said formed up, right?
Well, yeah,
I think he's hoping that he'll get away and then try and get around the back of them. But
okay, you attempt to maneuver around the back for now. Essentially, what I meant was they take a defensive posture with their shields out, and there's a couple of them with bows that will try to shoot back at you if you stray close enough. All right, Edwin, you are next in the turnover. Please give me a death saving throw. That is 1 fail. All right, Darian, please make me a death saving throw. There's 2 successes. Aaron, you're moving around the back. You're not attacking.
Yeah, I'm just moving around the back. I think because probably enough time will have passed that nothing seems. He'll probably actually move southwards and hope that Tads sees the camel and hope that Tads will sort of back up and eventually they can meet up because he's hoping if they survive they might get captured. They might be able to sort of
all right.
save their friends at some point. That's his thing. He's moving south.
All right, so you go meet up with Tads. So we had Darian make a save. Edwin, please make a death saving throw, please. That's 2 failures and 1 success. So you guys are out of it. Darian, make me a death saving throw. Ooh, 2 fails, 2 successes. Edwin. That is a success. So you are 2 and 2. All right, Darian. For all the money, do you die?
I die.
Darian, you succeed. You are stable. You will wake up with 1 hit point in 4 hours.
Probably as a prisoner of the gnolls or something.
Edwin.
Yeah.
what do you survive? You're 2 and 2.
Oh boy, here we go.
You pop up with 1 HP. Your eyes snap open. You have 1 HP. What do you do?
Okay.
It's your turn in the turn order.
Oh boy. Okay, so can I grab a potion off of one of his belts and then just chug that motherfucker?
Yes, you
Thingy.
can.
Okay, so I'm gonna, I'll grab one of his healing potions to chug it.
All
What
right.
do I roll for that?
2d4 plus 2 for a healing potion.
That was really, that was nerve-wracking. Oh.
Oh
You
my
regain
God.
4 HP. You
Okay.
have 5
You have
total
5.
HP after drinking that potion. Excellent.
That's not a bonus. That's an action, right?
That is an action, yes.
Can I use a? No, never mind. I can't do that. That would be another action. Never mind. Go ahead.
All right. Tads and Tads and Aaron are essentially out of the battle for now. The Gnolls are surprised. The Gnolls were just like chatting amongst themselves, keeping an eye out for the like harrying fire bolts of Aaron. And they kind of like, you pop up, you start chugging a potion. One of the Gnolls is like, "Wah!" And they're like, "Wah!" And they're surprised. That's their turn. Darian, you're unconscious but stable. Edwin, what do you do as you've popped up now? It's your turn once again.
Okay. Am I allowed to? Can I take a potion and then kind of pour it over Darian's mouth as though I'm trying to feed, have him drink it, like feed him?
I think that the appropriate way to give a downed person a magical potion would be through magical potion enema. However, for sake of narration, I'll let you just pour it down his mouth.
Oh, that's what I thought. That's what I was thinking. When pour it down his mouth. Like, I mean, obviously, I don't want him to choke on it or anything. I want to carefully try and see if I can get him up. So I grab another one of his. He has more than one, right?
I believe he said he had 2.
I
Okay.
only had 2. You did 1. This is the last one.
All right, yeah.
But I do have healing if
Would you? Well, I mean, I don't want to meta this. So this is what Edwin would do because probably better to have 2 heads instead of 1. So he sort of like he pours the potion down Darian's mouth while he gets on the ground. Then, so hopefully that does something.
All right, you use your action. You pour a health potion down his mouth. Go ahead and roll me 2d4 plus 2 for that healing potion.
Do I? Okay. Let's see.
Yep.
Okay. Oops, I didn't have it. Oh.
8. All right, Darian, you pop up. You have 8 healing. You have 8 hit points now, and are ready once again for combat. Anything else you want to do with your turn, Edwin?
What can I? Can I make a? Can I try and scare the Gnolls that are surprised, or is that an action?
I
So
think
like
that
in this whole turn, I was gonna say if I can't use it because it's an action, I just won't do that then. But if it's a bonus action, I like Edwin popping up. He's very angry. He's got bloodshot eyes, blood coming from his mouth. He's bloody mauled. He's just mad that he can't hit anything, whether it's with his crossbow or his maul, and he just wants to just yell as loud as he can and try to scare the Gnolls away.
All right, you know what? I will give you an intimidation check. I think that you are intimidating them with your like bloody visage. So I think that was going to be intimidation, like Constitution, or intimidation strength. Your choice.
Intimidation, I guess I'll get. Well, both of them give me the same thing, so it'd be intimidation. So I
All
click
right.
on intimidation and then +3 or.
So I don't like the character sheets. You can click on your intimidation skill and tell me what the appropriate modifier should be instead of what it is.
Oh.
Or you
Okay,
can. So what I'm calling for essentially is a d20 plus your Constitution or Strength, your choice, plus proficiency if you have it. Right.
Okay, let me do this. So 1d20 +3. So that would
Okay.
be from either strength or it'll be a strength one. So.
Are you proficient in intimidation?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I am.
So
plus,
add your 2
2.
for proficiency there as well.
Yeah. Okay. So then he's just Edwin is like, ah! Trying to yell at the Gnolls.
Excellent.
Okay.
Ooh, an 11 on your intimidation. Let's see.
Man.
Let's see what these Gnolls feel about. I'm gonna roll it in d20 because that'll be fun. Let's see how they feel about your intimidation. There's 5 Gnolls that can be intimidated. 1, 2, 3 of them are very intimidated. These 3 just like yelp and are so surprised they just run off. Ah! These gnolls just flee on their turn, which it is their turn next, moving their full 60 feet and are very scared. If you could speak gnoll, they would be screaming about ghosts and whites and undead. Very good. Darian, there are 2 gnolls that get to go, though. These 2 are not scared. They are going to step up. I think 1 attacking each of you is very reasonable. The first one will... Yes.
Do I still have a reaction, I believe?
Sure. Yeah, you can still have your reaction.
Okay, I will try to shout at the one that attacks Edwin. You cannot keep us down. We shall rise back up. Like sewage.
Like sewage.
Edward just looks over at Darian and is like, poor choice of words, bro.
All right. The first one
They don't
attacks.
understand us anyway. All you have to do is shout and be confident.
Nice.
And I yell gibberish at the nose.
All right, you shout at the gnolls. The first one steps up and attacks Darian with his one-handed spear. With a 13, not striking you. The second one was actually a bowman, so he doesn't have a spear, so instead he will use his mighty jaws to attempt to bite you. And he will have disadvantage because you use your reaction to impose your shield. Excellent. And he makes a 7 on the attack. That brings us to Edwin. It is your turn. What should you do?
Yeah, Edwin's feeling pretty pumped. His adrenaline's probably like running, and he's wanting to try and smack that mole right in the face with his maul because he's not hit anything today.
All right.
He's still mad. He's got this very scary looking face on him. Like he's not terrified. He's just really pissed. So he's gonna hit them all with the normal roll.
The 18 hits.
18.
You did it. All you had to do is die once.
Yeah.
Whoa.
All right.
Yeah.
I didn't check to see if this was the gnoll that had taken magic missile damage or not. So I'm gonna roll a die, and you're gonna tell me if I roll high or low.
Low.
Low. 40. That is low. This was the gnoll that was previously damaged by magic missile, and your additional 10 points of bludgeoning slays the gnoll. It dies at your feet, crunched by the power of your bludgeoning maul.
Yes, Edwin's like, he's super happy.
Yes.
Did I miss Darian's
One left.
turn? Darian, did you take a turn after the gnolls went previously?
I don't think.
I don't think you did either. Darian, why don't you take that turn now?
Oh, that's right. I did. Yeah, my bad. Good call. I was too busy defending to attack. Let me pop my sheet back open as I bring the Minotaur's battle axe down with righteous fury.
Oh, you critically hit the gnoll. Very nice.
Oh.
For 21 damage. Oh my goodness.
Right down the middle, from like head to like groin, right down.
Darian throws his maul up. Yeah!
He's still on his feet, and it is his turn. But he is now all alone.
He's alive? Holy shit.
He's alive.
I'm sorry.
He's alive with.
Wow.
He's alive with. You did 21 damage. The gnoll has exactly 2 HP left.
Wow.
So he's all alone. He's grievously hurt. He's just got crushed by a magic axe. And he nat 20s his desire to keep fighting. So he raises up his spear and tries to fight back. Striking you with a 6. He's 2 wounded. Darian, go ahead and finish off your glorious kill here.
Oh.
Down. Down you go.
The 17 will hit for 10 more slashing. He dies. And with that, the 2 of you finish off this encounter, and will eventually be able to track down Aaron and Tads as they were getting ready to perhaps pray to an unknown deity of long forgotten past to get them out of the mists. But
Did they know that we were up, that we got ourselves up, or did they not know? Are we trying to make our way back to them? Do they think we're still down?
I think what happened was. Sorry?
Oh, sorry. I'll say Darren will cleave the heads off the gnolls and put them on the end of a spear that he has, and hand one to Edwin and say, "Friend, the trophy of our glorious battle. When we return to them, they shall be jealous of our fun."
So Morden, I'm sorry, not Morden. Edwin, he's like, he takes out a trinket, like religious trinket, and kisses it, and he's like, thank Morden. So, and he pats you on the back, and then he takes one of the heads, and he's gonna go ahead and pack on one of the mules.
Oh, taking a gnoll head as a trophy. All right.
Oh wait,
Aaron hacks off the.
Let me see. I was trying to see if I had anything for hacking, but I guess not. Can I? They don't use anything else. Like they don't have any particular things that I would know about for like that I could sell, like maybe their claws or like I don't know. Like that.
Let me take a look to see if I have anything for gnoll body parts. Give me a second.
Would that be an
here.
insight check?
Insight check. Sure. I'll accept that. It's more of a monster than it is anything else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll give you an insight check to see if there's any gnoll stuff that you know about. And I'm going to look up to see if there's gnoll stuff that I know about.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll go ahead and roll that. Ha ha ha!
Oh, very insightfully, you know that these are not giants. Giants. So many giants, I can't get through all my notes. No. Okay, so with an insight, you can pick up their weapons, of course. Yes, the gnolls.
Like if I wanted to shave their pelts off or anything like that, like would their pelts be worth money, or with like their teeth or their tongues? Like
you begin to think through your knowledge of these gnolls, and while their gear is probably worth some amount of money, like their spears and their longbows, you don't think that their teeth or their claws or their pelt would be worth very much back at Farfield Keep, if anything at all. But you do know that gnolls are pretty good trinket tables, or trinket takers. They're well known for having little bobs and bobbles and odds and ends. So if you would like, you may search the gnolls, and we can find 1d4 trinkets on them if you would like.
Oh, okay. Do I roll 1d4? Okay, let's see. 4. 1.
Okay, you can find one trinket. Let me find the trinket table. All right, roll me 1d100, please.
Nice.
A 16. Oddly enough, on the gnoll that you search, you find an old and tattered card. It looks like it's drawn in, like, hand-drawn and painted in an old style, very similar to, like, what you might find in a fortune teller's tent or, like, an omen reader's tent.
Tarot card? Something?
Yeah, kind of like a tarot card, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And the depiction painted upon it is a dwarf, old and faded. It still has a likeness very similar to that of yours.
That's not creepy at all.
No.
So yeah, he Madden looks at this card and he's like, ugh. He just doesn't really think too much of it and stuffs it in one of his pockets, and he grabs a gnoll head and he starts walking off.
Excellent.
So I suspect what happens with regards to the party, like coming back together, is I think Tads and Aaron are sat off somewhere in the south debating whether or not we should like save them from like the gnolls or like pray to this like deity that Aaron hasn't heard of yet. And as we're doing this, we suddenly see 3 screaming, concerned gnolls running off in the distance. And I turn to Tads and I say, like, I told you that middle finger was provocative. And then gets back up, and I guess we start walking back in the direction of the party.
Absolutely.
When walks there, Tats stays a little behind, still thinking that it must be a trick of the Knolls because she was very certain that those two companions were dying. And as she approaches them, she like walks up to them, touches their cheeks, making sure that they're actually real, like touching their wounds in their hands, like whether they've been clobbered, and says like, "Oh, they have risen. What happened?"
Edwin.
We were victorious.
Yeah. Edwin's like, Morden saved us today. We might not get this lucky next time.
Who's that guy? We have to thank him.
Morden
No,
not this god of safe return that you spoke about?
Morden's the dwarven hierarchical, like sort of like he's the top god in their pantheon.
I know. I was saying.
Oh, sorry. Right.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No. He's just one that I follow from time to time. So that's what Edwin said.
You missed out on a great battle. They thought we were demons and monsters. Such fury we possessed. We slew them in the blink of an eye, and their friends ran like the cowards they were.
Yeah, Edwin spits on the decapitated corpse in front of him. Yeah.
And Darian mentions the fear of that they were like thinking that he was a demon or whatever. I think Aaron's gonna like just like get quite close to him and start trying to inspect him and see if there's any like symbols of like necromancy or something like that on his body at all, because he like grew up around necromancers whatever, and is not incredibly fond like, well disposed to them at the moment, so he's just gonna start like checking them out and checking like, is this guy a demon? Do you know what I mean?
I like it.
What are you searching for, friend? My wounds are numerous. There's one here, and there's one there, and there's one in the back I cannot quite reach.
I like the idea of Darian doing that thing where he's just got too many muscles to reach the back. He's like, it's back. I swear it's back here.
I feel like you should roll an insight check, and if you roll low, you're just convinced that he's a demon.
Yeah, I should do that. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't know. Darren's always been righteous and honorable. Would a demon behave such?
I've not really conversed with demons all that much.
I'll just
They
do an
might.
investigation because I found that happened.
A devil might, I think. They try and trick people. I don't know about demons.
All right. So, after determining that Darian might not be a demon after all, but they're a little suspicious that he popped back up and the Knolls ran, the party gets back together after a harrowing encounter with death. What is the plan now that the combat has ended? Are you continuing on with your adventure? What's the party thinking?
So Edwin's,
friend, I sense you are mistaken about something. It was not I who rose from near death, but Edwin, glorious Edwin, and he brought me back from the brink. It is he who we have to thank for the glorious victory.
So awkwardly walks over to Edwin, taps on the shoulder. Well, I guess thank you then. Nods.
Edwin looks over to Tats and Darian. He's like, it's all right. The soldier's just doing my job. It's more of a reflex than habit.
Glorious job.
Hey, Mr. Darian, would you down to spend some time in the tent and take a proverbial short rest? So I feel myself very much bettered from the fight.
I think we should
You
move slightly further, like a little bit away from here.
Alone in the tent?
Spoke over you. Say that again.
So, do you want to take a short
I'm
rest?
sorry.
Is that what you're trying to do? Because I don't think you need to set up the tent for a short rest, right? It just takes
Yeah, but
10
you got-
minutes to bind some wounds.
You
Drink
got
some
accustomed
water.
to a new living standard now, so
Edwin definitely wants to take a short rest. He looks very tired, very weak.
Okay, well, instead of getting out the tent, perhaps you were given one of the nice pillows to sit on, and
Now it's going to be a bloody pillow.
you take 10 minutes to rest and drink some water, bind your wounds as needed. You complete a short rest. So at the end of the short rest in the mists, you are allowed to spend up to 1/2 your total pool of hit dice, rounded up, to regain HP. And then after you have spent your nice one, I like it. After you spend your dice, you will regain any powers or class features tied to a short rest per the player's handbook.
That you get one spell slot back if you're a wizard. I haven't got it up right now.
Yes, you can choose an
recovery.
expended spell slot to recover. I think it's just one. Does it go up per level?
Half your level.
I only have
half your
level 1 spells anyway.
Half of your level rounded up, right? The same way hit dice work. Exactly. Yeah.
The short rest gives me 2 additional temporary hit points, right? I went from 5 to 13. Oh, or does it just go straight to 13?
Why are you getting temporary hit points?
Never. I guess I didn't get it. Like if I went from 5, and then if I got 10 points, I'd have 15 points.
So when
but-
you recover using a hit die, it will only bring you up to your maximum. So if you
Okay,
let's say
okay.
you had 10 hit points maximum and you took 8 in battle but rolled a 9, then you would
Okay.
just go back to 10, right?
Okay, gotcha. All right,
Yeah.
cool.
No problem.
Thanks.
All right. So, short rest is had. You bind your wounds, heal yourselves up. Are you continuing towards the steps with the rest of your day?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Edwin's thinking that like he's come too far to die, come back again, and then just go home with nothing but an old head.
All right. So the party continues heading northeasterly. The pale steps are visible to you, and you begin following them, picking your way once again through the terrain. The rest of the morning and early bit of noon go by pretty much uneventfully, and eventually you find yourselves in kind of the afternoon. It isn't quite the late afternoon yet, but it's heading that direction, and you come across a interesting kind of boxed gulch. And let me find my... There we go. So in the path ahead of you, amongst the hills, the players, you guys, come across a large boxed gulch. The edge of this cliff drops some 60 feet down, and it stretches out in front of you into the mountains. The gulch is roughly 30 feet wide, and it stretches some many miles into the mountains in the east. The eroded cliff sides of the gulch, you can see, have become perches for large birds of prey. You can see them swooping down into the tall grasses and juniper that fills the gulch in front of you, and flying back to their nests with rabbits and other small prey gripped in talons or beaks. You look from here, and in the afternoon sun, you see lying in these broken kind of almost cobblestones, stones and other things mixed into the soil and grasses under the gulch, the shine of metal, as if gold is reflecting in the afternoon light up at you. What do you all do?
Can I make a history check to see what kind of stone or metal it might be? Since what is it, stone cutting? I think.
You are a dwarf. Yes, absolutely. Go ahead and make a history. I think recalling past work would be intelligence, in my opinion. Seems like the kind of thing that would govern. You're making a stone cutting check. So go ahead and add double your proficiency to that check.
So I don't have a proficiency for that, but it doesn't see. So
You're not trained in history, so go ahead and add just your regular proficiency then. Act as if you are trained.
Okay. So I'll just roll the 1d20 plus 2. Would
Sounds
it be
good.
plus 2? Plus 1?
Plus 2 plus your intelligence modifier.
Oh, that'd be... okay, no, that'd just be a plus 2 then.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
A 14. From the distance that you're at, it's hard to get too much in the way of information from what appears to be down there. But you are a dwarf, and you recognize dwarven craftsmanship. These cobbled kind of pieces that are broken and lay half covered in soil and grass, you recognize as what would have been part of an old cobbled road that is of dwarven make. But beyond that, you are unable to know much more without investigating them more closely.
Okay, all right. So I guess I don't know what it is. I guess kind of mumble to myself, thinking that I thought I found some, stones or something, but it's fine. So he keeps walking on.
Okay.
I think that's it.
I mean, tell the rest of us that you found something shining up ahead or something odd, or
I think the entire party kind of sees this, right? It's on the path that you're traveling towards the mountains. You see this boxed gulch kind of lying out in front of you. The entire party.
Yeah, that's.
You can choose to investigate it or to skirt it, to go around it, but this is what you see.
Could I try and see? Oh no, never mind. I don't want to split the party up. That's fine.
I suppose what Aaron might do is what's the range of detect magic? How far away from you can you see?
I think it's 30 feet, but it might be more than that. Let me double check because I don't remember off the top of my head. Detect magic has a range of self. You detect presence of magic within 30 feet of you. There we go.
We'd have to descend into the gulch and it's just sort of like some sort of broken metal pieces or whatever. No.
is it
I don't.
in our way, or keep going through?
The most direct path to the mountains lies through this gulch. You see it extending some miles out in front of you towards the mountains. If you would like, you could skirt around it and find another path. The Pale Steps are large. You don't have to go through here. But if you are taking a direct route, this would be the straightest.
Darren would glance around and say, "Friends, what do you think? It seems that this gulch might be a perfect place for some creatures to ambush us in our travels. But if we go around, it would take longer. I do not know that we have the time. I'm sure we do out of game. It's probably fine."
Like the side of shinies. Shinies promise riches. Should go there.
Edwin speaks up about he's kind of realizing that they're deciding where to go. Edwin was mentioning about like hey, I found that thing I was mentioning before. I found a stone road. Seemed like it used to be, or at least at some point, a road. We could go down that way.
Will we roll survival checks at the end of the day to say when we've found water, right? But how dry does this does it look like? Just like really barren, like there's not a lot of chance that if we go down there that there'll be much in the way of water versus what exists in the Golden Hills?
It doesn't seem particularly more or less dry. There's grasses that grow down there, juniper along with the soil and these kind of broken stones. You see that there is prey that the birds are hunting from the cliff sides, right? So the rabbits and other small things must have at least some source of water somewhere. But it doesn't look plentiful, right? You don't look down and see a nice stream running through the gulch or something of that nature.
I think I will sort of look at is it Dariel? Sorry, is it Daryl?
Darren.
Darian, yeah. And I'll given that he's the sort of navigator, maybe the most wise amongst the party, I'll say that I turn to you, and whatever your decision is, I suppose I'll follow, because I think you're the best suited to make this decision.
Darian sort of nods solemnly, looks about the rest of the party. And while Theodore's barding is in fine, majestic shape, the rest of his party is not. Though they have healed up, they have been injured in the fights. He looks around and says, "Friends, do you feel up to this potentially dangerous journey? I know those gnolls struck mighty fierce, and though Edward and I routed them double-handedly, there was still, injury to be had. How do you feel?"
The only question I would ask myself is whether or not we're going to find a path into a mountain range, into mountains that doesn't, to some extent, going to present us with the possibility of being ambushed, because things are going to be higher than us regardless, and it'll be some sort of cut through the mountains. It may be worth going down there, but if you think this looks like particularly dangerous, I don't mind going around and looking for a slightly better path. I think we have time. We've got lots of food, so I'm comfortable doing that.
Yeah, Edmund, he looks
That sounds
super
like
healthy.
a wise plan. Edwin, Tads?
That's not in a good shape. I would actually ask you in private when no one else is watching whether you would be willing to put lay hands on her and heal her a little bit, as she's not in good shape.
Yeah, of course. Darian says, yes, hold still. Where does it hurt?
Everywhere.
Everywhere. Pick 2 spots for me to put my hand.
She took a bolt to her intestines, so I guess that's where she would point towards.
Ah, yes, the center of your being. A great place to apply healing. And he does so. How much are you injured?
You can't hear me. Well, I'm 7 down, but should probably keep like 1 for getting us up to our feet when someone is knocked out, right? So.
I have 10 maximum. I'll give you 5.
Perfect.
Cool.
That puts you to what? How many hit points?
8.
Hit points. Okay. Let's give you one more.
Sean, do you have something playing in the background, or like I don't know, family member watching TV or something?
I think my sister might be talking in the next room. I'll just have a word with her real quick.
Sure. Maybe just close the door or something, right?
Charge mightily at her with your battle axe and silence her.
I don't approve of treating your sister that way. No. Greg does not support charging your sister with a battle axe. Silencing her, I think, is what you said. All right. So, Darian, you have been charged with choosing the path for the party. What is the call here with this gulch? Are you going to go straight through it now that you've healed up a little bit, or are you going to circumnavigate it and find an alternate path to the mountain?
While I feel strong and confident in any path, I must do what's best for the rest of my companions. I must always think of them and not just of my own strength and capability. If we were all mighty warriors, there would be no doubt we would take this sure ambush path. But for the sake of everyone else, we shall go around and take a wiser, slower, perhaps safer route.
Perhaps the ones looking for riches give a longing glance at the sparkle of gold underneath the rubble and the grass. But the party goes around, leaving the Box Gulch behind them, picking their way painstakingly, kind of northernly.
Sorry, Tads. But your life is worth more to me than a few gold coins. If we live, you shall have whatever you like from our findings.
All right. And so you pick your way ever northward. The rest of the afternoon bleeds away into evening, and the party is eventually going to have to start making camp again. So tell me, what is camp like for you after your harrowing adventures?
So again, Aaron will dig out the trench and stick the stakes in as before. I think this time he'll draw out the vortex for himself, and I think he'll draw out a second one for Tads as well. Just like not necessarily like tell her to sit in or whatever, but just sort of like indicate, like, you a little bit more power. Come and sit here, and he'll just sort of what you would have seen previously. When he was sat in the middle of the vortex, is he would just sit there cross-legged, almost in like, I don't know the correct yoga pose, but like a Buddhist monk might, and then you just see like plumes of dust pick up around him as he sort of absorbs the sort of magic of the night, and he'll just sort of sit there and wait to see if Tads is gonna sit next to him.
Yeah, she joins in and she tries to imitate your movements. She cannot sit still for her life, so she's just like sort of wiggling around, and the dust does not pick up around her, but at least she appreciating the mood and the overall magicness of the situation.
Edwin is cleaning himself, like maybe of the blood of a gnoll, maybe it's his blood, trying to make sure he's cleaned all of his body parts. Like he's a little frustrated that he was downed like one of his first missions or whatever, but he was happy that he got a gnoll head. Do I have that gnoll head attached to my waist, or do I have it on the mule or the camel?
I would have thought you put it on one of the pack animals, but if you would like it around your waist, more power to you, man.
Yep, he attached it along, next to one of the crossbow bolt cases that he has. So
Nice.
he mostly wants to use it as like a warning for any gnolls that might show up, especially the ones that ran away, because they would know exactly who he is.
How long does it take
Darren
for?
actually had this
So
go ahead first. It's fine.
I was just gonna say, how long does it take before a decapitated head starts to give off a bit of a whiff? Probably like a
I
day or
would
two,
imagine
right?
that after carrying it around in the hot sun in the Golden Hills for, the better part of a day, it's not like rotting and awful yet, but it's definitely not smelling of roses.
It still looks like a gnoll, right?
Still looks like a gnoll, yeah.
So Darian would kind of have the same thought as Edwin, to use the null head as like a preventive measure, but he would do it a lot more directly. He would take his javelin with the null head on it, and he would say, "Edwin, may I borrow that disgusting thing we're carrying?"
So Edwin, he turns to Darian, wipe himself. Yeah, sure. So he chucks you the null head.
Thank you. He takes the null heads and he puts them up as a couple spikes around, like a couple parts of the perimeter of the camp, to kind of ward off anything like, "Hey, we killed this null. Y'all don't want no piece of this," And then he spends the rest of the night, setting up the tent for whoever wants it, and then relaxing himself outside, taking watch, mending his armor, taking care of Theodore's, that sort of thing.
Okay. So you set up a nice camp. You put up the null head on some spikes for the time being, and get yourselves nice and ready for bed. In the night, it is to 3 Darian on watch. And during your watch, you are keeping a good eye out past the spikes. You're nestled up next to kind of maybe like a cliffside or something where the fire crackles. And you begin to like sense something behind you, and you're like, that's odd. You turn and you look to this like cliff face that you are resting near, and it turns out you chose camp poorly, as the ground itself appears to be moving. You blink your eyes for a moment and you realize that coming up out of burrows in the rocks and the dirt around you are these massive wolf spiders that are crawling up and are dangerously close to you and your companions. You can see here the spiders. What do you do as you see this happen?
Darian's keeping watch, says he hears something behind us. "Oh, Theodore, is that you?" And then he sees the spiders coming up out of the ground, and more than one, which is terrifying numbers for any sort of giant spider. And he calls out, "Friends, we are under attack!" And he will. Am I close enough to throw a javelin at one of them?
Absolutely, you are. Yes, the spiders are very close to you, coming like unburrowing themselves from the rocks and the dirt and the mud around where you chose to make camp. You can absolutely unleash it is basically your action. You holler at your teammates to wake them, and you can get a round of thrown spear if you'd like.
Perfect. In that case, I don't actually do that. I will cast Bless upon my friends, because I want to make sure that we all come through this nicely.
All right, excellent.
I grab my and I prepare to throw, and I think, wait a minute, no, my friends, and I cast Bless upon the 3 of them.
All right, everybody, click your tokens, and with that, combat will start. Roll into initiative for me.
Awake, friends! Terrifying spiders are upon us! Defend yourselves! The blessings of the Minotaur shall protect you.
It's not letting me click my token.
Are you in the? Have you like changed your selection mode on the left? Did you like try to draw something or measure something?
You caught that. Great. A plus. You passed.
That happens to
so
me
I'm gonna-
sometimes. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna act as though nothing happened.
All right. I think I'm just missing Aaron.
No, you're missing me. Let me.
Nope, I'm
go
missing
ahead and
you.
roll.
Okay. Perfect.
There we are. Nice. Just
So, the first to react is Edwin. Edwin, you were sleeping soundly when the cries of your companion awake you. You roll over and you see these spiders crawling towards you. What do you do?
Edwin, waking up like alert, because he wasn't, like this is how he does it in the military. He's like, he jumps up to his feet and he's like, enemy spotted! Everyone get ready! And so he grabs his light crossbow. Ooh, hold on. First, he's going to move from his position 15 feet. No, maybe not 15 feet. Just a moment. Let me double check that. I'm going to move 10 feet just behind Darian here.
Okay.
Right there. And he's going to shoot his crossbow at... Wait, what can I see the spiders?
Yes.
How dark is it?
It is dark out, but it is a clear sky. There's moonlight and starlight, and I assume you have a small fire going. So
Yeah.
you can see these spiders, no problem.
I'm going to shoot this spider that's 25 feet away.
Absolutely.
With the light crossbow. And I whisper to Darian, like, Darian, are you ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
And so...
I am always ready, friend. Be strong, be valiant, strike hard.
All right, your 19 hits the spider. Go ahead and roll me some damage. For 4
Great
points
shot.
of damage. Excellent. Well struck. That brings us to Aaron. You are awoken with the call of spiders. What do you do?
So I think Aaron will take. Ooh, I'm not sure. He's probably gonna slide in a little bit behind Edwin over here, and then he will reach into his bag and pull out. Hold on, let me just check what the component is for it. He will pull out a little bit of cured leather, and as he begins to just like rub it back and forward, up and down, begin to like pull it all over his all over his body, and it begins to disintegrate upon him and kind of soak into his skin, and you see this sort of like brownish cured leather transform into a slight like haze that sits over his body, and as he casts what's it called, is it mage armor?
Mage armor.
I believe
Yeah.
it's mage armor, so it's 13 AC plus dex, right?
Awesome. Yep, that's exactly right. Very good. You armor yourself and prepare for the coming spiders.
Just
Tads.
real quick,
Yes. Sorry.
it's just I really need to go to the toilet, so my AC is 16 and I'm just going to be back in like 2 minutes, if that's okay.
Oh, okay. No problem.
Tads
Tads,
is
you are the
gonna-
first to go, or next to go. What shall you do?
Let's walk her 40 feet. And then she is intelligent, but not particularly wise. So she makes a lot of assumptions about how the spiders work. And her
Okay.
idea is she thinks that the spiders will try to grab something and bite it. So what she wants to do is prepare casting grease on Darian if a spider comes in for a bite in that manner, so that Darian gets very slippery and is really hard, to grab with those.
All right.
But, like the idea being like imposing, I don't know, -2 on an attack roll or whatever comes his way. If they actually function that way, they're just biting and it probably does nothing. But yeah.
Okay, so you're not gonna grease the ground. You want to grease your companion in case they like try to grapple him. Okay.
Yes.
All right. And so that brings us to the wolf spiders, and the first giant wolf spider will immediately rush forward to get in range of Darian. Would you like to grease him?
Yeah.
All right. Your grease spell goes off, showering your companion in a nice lathered up oil. He will be very slippery. Unfortunately, as you said, this spider is not the type that grapples. It merely reaches out its fangs to bite at him. The spider will attempt to bite Darian with a 21.
Does the
And
grease start with having the effect upon the bite?
no, the grease will not affect your AC. All right. You will take 4 piercing damage from the bite. Go ahead and make me a DC 11 Constitution saving throw.
Concert.
All right, you fail. So you will take 5 poison damage, and you are not reduced to 0 hit points. So you take 9 total damage there. The next spider over here will also race up. You're the closest one to it, and will also make a bite at you. Okay.
Which I fail.
You fail in advance, but the 15 will not strike your AC, I don't think.
No.
All right, so you are safe from that bite. This spider up here will go here to the closest person, and will attempt to bite our good friend Edwin. Nope, that didn't roll. Why did that not roll? There we go. He bites you with a 5, not enough to get you. And this spider, we have to see how much movement it has. It's a little bit left alone over here. It only has 40 feet. 10, 15. Does it kill a camel? No, camels are badass. It ignores the camel. 10, hold on, it was here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30... 35. Okay, it can get here. It can get all the way up here. Who will it fight? It chooses... Ooh, it chooses Darian. It will reach out its fangs to bite at you. With an 18. I think that matches.
Yeah.
So you will take 3 piercing damage. Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw. DC 11. Okay, so you succeed, so you will only take 2 points of poison damage, so you take 5 total from that bite. Darian, it is your turn. As you're getting surrounded by these spiders, what will you do?
That is a great question. Great question. I will say, hold fast, friends. We shall persevere. These spiders are nothing. And I'm going to attack. I do need to make a Constitution save for Bless. So let me go ahead and make a couple of those.
Yes, you do. DC will just be 10 for each of them. Okay, Bless goes down. So... Yep.
Yep. As I kind of falter a little bit, I say, I'm sorry, friends. I cannot maintain this holy aura upon myself. Hold to your own strength and attack. And I attack the spider.
All right.
Actually, yeah. But mechanically, I will take the dodge action.
I attack by dodging. Excellent. You begin your dodging assault.
Yeah, Darian's known for defending majestically with his attacks.
Perfect. Edwin, you are getting attacked by the spider you shot. What do you do?
Okay, I'm going to, flip over to my maul like
All right.
last time, and I'm going to try and thwack the spider with my maul.
All right.
The one that I hit with my crossbow, or light crossbow. Boop.
The 10. I think it's AC 11. Let me double check. Oh no, it's actually AC 13. So no, that does not hit.
Oh, definitely not. Yeah.
Nope. Unfortunate. Is Sean? Yes, he is. Aaron, it is your turn. What shall you do? Whoops.
So Aaron's going to take. Okay, so the first thing he's going to do is going to place his hand upon the ground, find any dirt that he can. You'll see all of a sudden his eyes sort of like roll over and turn purple, and he'll cast the dirt through the air, and it will take the form of these like vibrant purple, violet, luminous particles that begin to surround and envelop both Edwin and Darian. And then after doing this, he will take a few steps forward, trying to. Can I occupy the same square as Edmund, or is that?
No,
not
you're
possible?
both medium-sized creatures, so you're not going to be able to do that. You
Okay.
could like pass through him without penalty, but you can't occupy the same square.
I think I'm going to move to here, and as doing this, Edwin, sorry, Aaron puts his hand out and sucks some of the particles that he's just cast into the air back into his hand. See it start to spark and grow inside of his hand as he moves forward and kick flips through the air and slams his fist into the floor as he bursts out a thunder wave that should hit everything within 15 feet except the two people that, because I'm a second level evocationist, so I get to protect.
Oh, you're an
two of my companions.
evocationist. Very nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they should both be protected from the thunder wave. As
I was going to say, oh boy, we're going to get hit.
All
I know this
right.
spell.
So
going to-
everything in 15 feet. Yes, and you can exclude the horse in that. Absolutely. So let's make some Constitution saves for these.
Okay, my spell save DC. Do you need to know that?
I will. It is. I'm going to assume like 13 to 14, but let me know what it is.
15.
Oh, you're 15. Okay, very good.
It's, 20 end. Yeah.
All right. I'm just gonna roll these. I'm just gonna roll like 4 d20s, and then we'll take a look. So we have a 16 and 18 will pass for sure. The 8 will fail. The 13, they have a +1 to con, so your 15 saves you. There's 2 fails. So the first one succeeds. It will take half damage, right? So it takes 3. No, it takes 4. And it holds its feet. The second one, right in front of you, fails. It takes 7 points of damage, and then it gets knocked 15 feet back into Leova. How do we negotiate this? I'm going to say Leova stops its like movement back, right? Like I don't think it's gonna like continue going through him when Leova's not moving.
May I attempt to deflect it heroically into the campfire?
Sure. If you want to use your reaction with your shield mastery, you can try to bash the spider like on an angle so it falls into the fire. Go ahead and give me just a generic roll to hit with your shield. You hit. The thing hits you at just the right angle and falls into the campfire. Please roll me d6 fire damage.
And
For 3 more. It begins burning a little bit in the flames, but is not dead. The third one here was a success. It takes half damage. And the fourth one here gets full damage, plus gets knocked back 15 feet. 10, 15, blah, and is knocked prone. All right, excellent. That was very good.
10 feet. 15
Oh, 10 feet, not
it
15.
will be.
Okay, there you go. Taz,
Turn.
that is your turn. What do you do?
Let's see. Tats will walk a little bit to the side so she gets a better angle and shoot a frost bolt at the one at the end.
The one at
Flying
the
one
end.
of her
So this one here.
icy kisses. Oh, the one at the
The back. Okay, absolutely. Ray of Frost should be a roll to hit, I believe. Yeah, there you go. The 19 will do it. For 8 cold
8 points of
damage,
damage.
that'll slay the
It is-
spider. Yeah. It dies, like freezing in place, its limbs snapping and breaking off from the power of your ray. Excellent.
And with the remaining 30 feet, she will attempt to climb up the cliff here.
Okay. You climb that cliff. I think that's fine. I don't mind letting you do that. Awesome. Spider's turn. So we'll just go from the top here. This spider still has an enemy right in front of it that it would like to bite. It will attempt to bite you once again, Edwin, with a 22. That'll get you.
yeah.
It will do 6 piercing damage to you. Are you still up after 6 piercing damage?
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead and make me a DC 11 Constitution saving throw.
Dwarves do they get bonuses to?
You'll have advantage on a
Okay.
poison save. Yeah.
Okay, so I click on the Constitution, then go on advantage. Okay,
Correct.
I think that's how that works.
So that is a success. So you'll take half of that poison damage, which will be 2.
2?
Yeah. So 8 total. Does that take you down?
Nope.
All right. You're
alive.
still up. Excellent. Next spider definitely has Darian in its sights. And it will get disadvantage because you are heroically dodging.
Heroically dodge.
And
Ooh.
it misses with a 5. This spider here got knocked into the fire by a magic user. Yup. It's going to move up here, and it's going to try to get you, Mr. Aaron. It bites you with a 22.
God.
So it'll deal 5 piercing damage. And go ahead and make me a DC 11 Constitution saving throw.
That's a lot of poison.
That is a lot of poison. Okay, so you take
A lot of
half.
Constitution there.
Oh,
You
nice.
take half.
So you take 11 total damage. Does that take you down?
No, I'm fine.
Still up. All right, excellent. And this spider is dead. So, Darian, it is your turn. What do you do?
I look back at the one that struck at Aaron, and I say, "No, I am the one you will face, and now you will die." As I attack it.
All right. Oh, you crit the spider.
Oh,
Very
yeah.
nice. For 11 points of damage, that it definitely kills the one in front of you. Ah! It dies.
Do not bite my companions, ever.
All right. Anything else?
And then, yes, I will move to here, and then I will move through there to there to
Okay.
stand beside my friend and maintain an engagement with these monstrous spiders.
Okay. Perfect. Edwin, you have been bitten, but you're still up. What will you do?
Yeah, Edwin spits a bit of blood, at the spider that, or no, that would be the wrong spider, because it could be the spider that bit him. No, it would be the right spider, right? Anyway, and he's like, haha. And then I'm going to use my bonus action as a second wind and roll a
Okay.
1d10, I think it was.
+1.
+1.
That's right, 1d10 plus. I need to remember that. +1.
All right. You gain 4 hit points.
Okay, and I'm going to thwack the spider with them all. The one that bit me.
Excellent.
All right, one more roll.
That'll hit.
Yeah.
And that'll kill it. That is a dead spider. You squish it. All of its webbing squirts out of it, and it is no more. All right. Excellent. Aaron, it is your turn. What should you do?
There's still a spider alive. I thought they were all
There
dead on
is.
my
There's one more spider. It is the one that just bit you for all of that
Oh.
damage.
Oh, I thought that was the one that Darian cut in half. Never mind then. It's I think Aaron's gonna make a withdrawal and
Okay.
hide behind his friends. So yeah, he's gonna go over here.
Discretion is often the greater part of valor. All right.
Yeah.
You disengage.
Tad School of Wizarding.
Tads, what do you do?
Wise move, friend, my shield shall protect you.
Well, she will once more do her wiggly movements and kiss, send an icy kiss towards the spider. And would you, since I'm up the cliff, would you think he has still have cover because Darius is in the way, or? is
No,
that
I think
okay?
you're fine. I think you can just attack normally. You got high ground. You got a little bit of a line of sight. You're fine.
Go,
Oh,
big
you
spider!
crit
I
the
got the high
spider.
ground.
Let's go. You have the high ground. For 13
man.
damage, this spider once again is frozen by your arcane cold magic. Its limbs snapping and breaking off, and you are once again unmolested. Excellent.
As the battle ends, Darian sort of throws off some spider gunk off his battle axe, and a bit of the grease goes with him. He says, "Ah, thank you. That was fantastic."
Excellent. So, that brings us once again to the night. The rest of the evening will go by without a hitch. So let's take a quick look at our travel rules. You've completed a night's rest in the mist. So, for the day's worth of travel, I will need all of you to make me foraging rolls. The DC for foraging, once you've done a full day in the not the Howling Fields, the Gold Hills, is DC 15, but you will be rolling normally for your slow pace.
No.
2 fails,
Come
3
on.
fails,
On.
4 fails. Okay, so you drink the other half of the barrel that you brought and filled up. So you are not exhausted, but your barrel is now empty. The food will need to be marked off. We need pounds of feed for both of the pack animals and 2 pounds of rations for each of you. And that will take care of that. At the end of the night's rest, you may spend any number of hit dice that are remaining in your pool to regain HP. After you are done spending your dice, you can recover a number of hit dice up to 1/2 of your pool rounded up to spend on the next day, as well as any class features or spells associated with a long rest.
Okay. So I only had 1 hit dice before, and so since we technically rested, I can use another one now?
So you used a hit dice on the short rest, correct?
Okay, yeah.
So you have a pool of hit dice. Right now at level 1, you have 1. So when you used it on the short rest, you no longer have that die to spend. So it's empty. At the end of the night's rest, you can replenish half your pool rounded up, which for a level 1 character is a 1. So now you have that hit die ready to use again in the next day.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So I could... Okay, yeah, I'll use it next time. Gotcha.
Yeah.
A level 2 have 2 hit dice, right?
You have 2 hit dice in your pool, right? So you can spend, like in the short rest, you can spend 1, and you could spend the rest of them in the night's rest, and then you would recover 1 at the end of that to go forward into the next day.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that is our night's rest. We've been playing for a little bit more than 2 hours, so I think this is the perfect time to take our first break, go hit up some bathrooms, get some water, and we'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes to see what comes next for our party out here in the hills. See you soon.
Yeah, cool.
Mic live. And welcome back, Internet, for part 2 of Land Beyond the Mist here today. We have just completed a night's rest. Darian was using some spell slots before the night was done so that he could maximize his healing. So go ahead and take us through what you're doing.
I would simply go out to anyone that's still injured. At this point, I think it's mostly just myself. And I will apply Lay on Hands and cast Cure Wounds. He will sort of patch up the... Sorry, go ahead.
Just to say, because I used both the hit dice in my pool, so I only had 3 hit dice left to get me up to maximum, so I wouldn't have used the second one. So I'd still have 2 going into the next day if you give me 3 from Lay on Hands. If that's okay.
If you would have asked it, Darren will always provide it as long as Greg okays that.
That's fine. Yeah, no, that's fine. I would prefer that you, like... I know that I kind of was pushing us into a break. I would prefer that you, like, interrupt me and be like, hey, I want to use my spells before the night's rest happens.
I was attempting to before. I apologize for not being more forward.
No, it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, give him 3 Lay on Hands, and then you can recover your hit dice that you wouldn't have used.
I'll take 1, and then 4. Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Can we see if we find anything interesting on the spiders?
You look the spiders. Sure. Let me see if the spiders have anything. They have a sword. Wow.
I was gonna say oh, really?
No.
I was gonna say they have like poison glands. You can probably take, right? Or would I? Oh no, hold on. Would I have to roll an insight? Well, like what I could find that would be important.
Let me. I'm not gonna make you roll an insight here. I'm gonna look up to see.
I didn't mean to say what I said because I felt like that's meta knowledge because I know the spiders have like poison glands.
I just have to find Sphinx's H. So I. Oh no, I don't have spider on here. Interesting. Maybe it's under giant spider. Hold on.
Edwin is just
Probably
fascinated with like creatures because these are the first times he's fought gnolls and spiders and stuff. He mostly fights men and dwarves and elves and whatnot. Well, I say mostly fights, but he wasn't doing the fighting. He was ordering the people to fight. Yeah, as an officer.
I don't have anything on spiders here, so you can try to like take their poison sacs if you would like, but I don't have anything mechanically for it.
Would that it'd be like a medicine thing, right? I'd have to like surgically remove their poison sacs if I knew where they were.
Sure, medicine I think is an appropriate skill. Yeah, if you were trained in medicine, you could use that knowledge to help you get the sacs.
He probably okay. I'm gonna go ahead and
start with medicine, maybe.
Okay, maybe not.
I don't think that you are successfully able to get these poison sacs out, unfortunately.
Move it around.
Despite your best efforts.
Oh, that's a bad.
I think Aaron.
You poisoned yourself or something?
I think Aaron, who is trained in medicine, is just about to walk over to help you until you roll your natural 1 and burst all of the spider sacs simultaneously, and he's like, "Yeah,
I thought I found something, but it's a bunch of gunk."
All right, excellent. So it is the next day in the mists for day 3 of your travel. Is Darian once again taking the role of navigator?
Yep.
All
Darian's still leading the party.
Excellent.
Before we head out, I would like to use 4 points of my own Lay on Hands on myself.
Okay.
To heal myself slightly because I don't feel great at 11 hit points.
Okay.
We're gonna go to 15. We're gonna do that for the sake of usage. And then we're going to navigate.
Okay, excellent. So what is the intended route that you would like to take for the day, and what is the pace that you will be going?
Are we still on course, or have we had to adjust based on any of the...
I mean, you adjusted a little bit. You're now farther west, or I guess you're farther north than... You're farther north than a straight line from Farfield Keep, but you can still see the steps. You just have gone around the Skulch.
Okay. We're going to maintain our slow pace.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine. Go ahead. I didn't know if you had to roll or not. I
What
was
was
going to say,
the-
can I help him with his roll, like a bonus? Never mind.
For the navigation, I'm not going to have people assisting.
Okay.
Because it just there's no point to having a advantage disadvantage system if everyone's assisting on it. Just for the
That's true.
sake of
Yeah.
this travel system, it's just going to be a single person's roll.
That's cool. That's
Yeah.
fine. Thanks.
No worries. So, what is the pace and destination for your day's travel?
The same destination that we've been having.
Okay.
If we need to continue northeast, that's fine. If we need to adjust slightly, that's fine. We're still at our slow pace. We've been doing good thus far. We don't need to push Theodore or the other mounts at all. You know, they've been, pretty solid thus far.
All right.
Also, Edwin speaks up. He's like, we're out of water. We might need to go find some as we're moving toward these steps places.
You make a good point.
Just in case we run into like a river or something like that, like stop and grab some water.
Yeah. I say perhaps we should be on the lookout for water as we travel instead of focusing our efforts on distance. And then, go on. So, if possible, we'll try to specifically look out for any signs of water, any sound, any plentiful forest game, that sort of thing, as opposed to more directly travel focused.
Okay. So that sounds good. We will have you guys search for water then, as you travel, rather than making any amount of tangible distance. So, in the first part of the day, we'll just go in order of the cameras here. Tads, as the group is looking for water, how do you search for it?
She doesn't really have a plan for it. She just, by far the fastest
I
person in the party, so she just sort of runs back and forth a lot.
Okay.
So,
So you're just running back and forth, canvassing the area, looking for some potential water.
whenever there's some place of elevation, she would walk towards it, because the other ones have to spend some time to catch up with her anyways. So yeah.
All right. Give me
all she
a perception check then. It seems you are using your eyes to just try to locate any sources of water that you can find. And I, of course, am not looking at Roll20, so I don't see what you rolled. A 9. Unfortunately, in the hills here, the 9 will not be enough for you to find water, and so the morning kind of passes, early morning passes, without water being found. Excellent. So that brings us to the kind of late morning and noon time. Edwin, you are searching for water with the party today. How is it that you go about trying to find the water?
He sort of knows how to survive. Obviously, he was able to survive that null attack. And maybe he's gathering around, trying to search the terrain to see if there's any moist areas that he'd put, maybe beginnings of riverbeds, or maybe if you could find maybe some rain from some trees if it's been raining at all. Yeah, trying to find some water drops or whatever. So something like that. He's probably
That sounds to me like you're either using your knowledge of nature or your knowledge of surviving in the wilderness.
nature, right?
Okay, I would be happy to have you roll a nature check here as you searching for water.
Oh boy! All right. Boop.
The 13. Unfortunately, the forage DC is 15, so you were unable to find a reliable source of water during your morning and noontime searches. Excellent. The morning and noon go without any enemy encounters, but water has not been found. So in the early afternoon, Darian, how do you search for water?
Well, I know that the best person in our party to find water is, of course, Theodore. So I let Theodore guide him.
All right. Well, then I would like from you an animal handling check, as you are being led by your companion. 17. Sure enough.
Theodore unerringly water.
Sure enough, Theodore sniffs out a nice spring. There's a little well in a rocky kind of shaded area, kind of towards the I'm not going to call it the base of the mountain because you haven't progressed to that point yet. But as the hills become steeper and more like cliffs, you find a small spring kind of in a hidden kind of shady area that Theodore leads you right to. And you can drink deeply of the clean water coming from it and have a chance to fill up your 40-gallon barrel.
Okay.
Once we're done drinking and filling up the barrels, Darian will remove his armor and take a nice long bath, and invite Theodore in and the others also.
Yeah, that's right. Edmund's totally up for that. He's been in the military. He knows what it's like showering with other men naked. So he's totally fine. So he starts taking off his armor. He's probably bloodied, like sticky, coagulated and stuff, whatever. So he's dirty. He takes off his clothes and just jumps right in. Ed,
All
dives in.
Fortunately, the barrel was filled up before this.
Fortunately. Oh, right, of course. I thought we were jumping in the spring, not the barrel, but that'd be really funny. Edwin taking a bath in the barrel. It's like, no, that's not what it's used for. Edwin, get out.
No.
Oh, man.
Alrighty. So baths are taken, water is filled. You found water in the early afternoon. How do you spend the rest of your day then? You still have a few hours, kind of a late afternoon to evening to travel, if you would like, or what is the plan instead?
Shall we carry onward, friends? Rested, washed, and ready to roll?
Yeah, Edwin puts his armor back on.
All right.
Grabs his
So-
weapons. He's like,
Oh,
all right,
yes,
I'm ready.
You continue your
Until my
trek
back up.
towards the mountain. Go ahead and give me a navigation check now as you continue moving properly towards your destination. You're moving at a slow pace, so go ahead and give me a wisdom or survival wisdom check at advantage. Your DC to navigate in the hills is 15. Okay. It takes you more time than you would like. You're kind of in an unfamiliar part of the Gold Hills. The terrain is rocky and steep. I was going to say sheer, but apparently steep is what needed to be said. And you are slowed down quite a bit as you make your way through here.
Darian missed a spot. His clothes are still a bit wet from the bath, and it's mildly uncomfortable.
But there are no
Hey, you have to take
encounters.
this steep road.
Thanks. You don't have any encounters along the way, so despite your slow going, you do manage to pick your way up to the base of these pale steps. The mountain itself rises up some number of miles into the sky, and you see once again this kind of mist clinging to the top quarter of it. The light is fading fast at this point, though. Summiting the mountain would be probably best saved for the next day, as it would quickly catch you in the night in full dark should you undertake it now. So you begin setting up camp for the day. What is the mood like in camp here as you've kind of reached the destination that you've chosen? What is camp like for the four of you?
Edwin is,
Feeling
go ahead.
Sorry, Ted is feeling fantastic for the first time in a while. This Darian fella, he really reminds her of Arthur, which was the last person she ever trusted. She got to take a bath, like things are progressing. They actually found water for the first time in 3 days. Like things are going smoothly. Perfect.
Excellent.
You have a tent, you got pillows, you're living nice.
Better than she lives at home, so.
Yeah.
I think Aaron doesn't say like a single thing throughout the night. He just sort of like he wanders towards the mountain and places his hand upon the rock and looks up towards the stars. Just thinks of what tomorrow brings, and he imagines himself next night waiting just as he is now, but this time right under the eyes of the stars. And then he'll once again he'll draw out a vortex for himself and for Tads, and just sit there in his monk pose, waiting for the night to pass.
Excellent.
She will join. She doesn't think it does anything, but maybe it leads to good luck, considering how the day went. So.
Edwin is, he's searching the perimeters. It's kind of maybe about 10 or so feet out from the camp, kind of going into, the area around it, seeing if maybe there's something, he doesn't want anything to creep up on us, whether they're little, creepy crawlies or crazy dog people, or whatever he thought they were. And he's, holding onto his little trinket, kind of rubbing it a little bit, of Moradin. And he's looking around, trying to see what he can see. Can I roll a perception check? Maybe just him searching to see if he can find anything. Hopefully nothing's gonna,
What are you
surprise
looking
us.
for?
Just anything that might be out of the ordinary, like movement, or maybe even something that might be shiny that he totally missed the last time. Maybe he,
Sure, why not? Go ahead and give me a perception check. We'll see if you can find anything out of the ordinary.
Okay, so.
And while he's doing this, Darian just spends the night sort of curled up with Theodore. He, pats him and says, "Thank you for finding water today, Theodore. You saved all of our lives. You truly are a hero." And he gives him some of his own people food as a ration, as a little treat.
Awesome. Theodore's very thankful for the treat. Gives you a big lick. And you settle down for the night. There are no encounters rolled for the night. However, during the 1, 2, 3, 4th watch, so that is Aaron, you are aware of something happening on the mountain as you're kind of keeping watch. High up on the mountain, you are kind of gazing at it and maybe the stars, and it catches your eye. There's bright, like flame-like light flickering out from this like high point in the mountain, and you can see it kind of like dance as if it kind of reminds you of almost like a bellow being like pushed out, like this kind of rhythmic kind of flashes of brighter and then dimmer and then brighter and then dimmer. It goes on for a good period of time, maybe an hour or more, before eventually the kind of bright lights at the top of the mountain dim, and you're left seeing this kind of smoky haze, this almost kind of pale mist surrounding that area where the lights could be seen.
I think Aaron's slightly concerned about this. It seems like people across the mountain range communicating with one another. That's the way he's interpreting that. They're sort of like something akin to Morse code, or I think Native Americans used to use smoke signals or something akin to that. So he's going to keep a mental note of whereabouts that is, and in the morning he's just going to definitely inform the party there are things in this mountain range that are probably waiting for us, and I suspect something untoward. He doesn't think it's anything trying to like communicate with him, because that like it would have just come down. So he feels like safe that I think for the first like hour he might even like actually wake up Darian, because he might think that maybe they've been spotted and it's like there's it's being indicated that we're over here, and he'll just sort of sit. But after no one turns up for like 45 minutes, I suppose he'll just sort of like come back in and just make sure everything's fine.
All right.
Those lights on the mountain, friend. You say they could be signals? Who do you think is signaling?
I don't know. I believe whatever lives in this mountain. Owls, perhaps. They're the kind of things that might live in the sort of like deep crevices of the world and wait to pounce upon any intruding parties. I think gnolls are just at the front of his mind after that experience of like, because in his mind, after seeing that, they're like the greatest fighters in the world. They like didn't get hit once. They like smacked his dragon like clean into the sky. So he's he doesn't want to run into it again. So I think he's very, very suspicious of that, and that's what he thinks it might be.
All right.
That's upon hearing this story, starts pulling on a finger and like draws up a spyglass out of thin air as she uses minor conjuration and tries to look towards the direction. that Aaron has been pointing to,
Okay.
or talking about. I guess.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me a perception check here as you peer through your spyglass. Let's see if you can find the source of this strange thing.
That is a fine trick, friend.
As you peer through your spyglass, you get a pretty clean look up at the top of the mountains. And it seems as though the mountains themselves are naturally occurring. There's just this kind of, natural rocky move up to the top. But near the top of the mountain, you see a entrance, almost like a big kind of square portal that's dug into the mountain, leading deeper in. And through this kind of square portal, you are seeing flashes of what appear to be fire kind of like leaping out, and this followed by kind of like this trailing gray, white, pale smoke, and then the fire will leap up again in rhythm with the lights that Aaron has been seeing.
If you say
Oh, sorry.
square, if you say square, do you mean it's like vaguely square shaped, or is it like really artificially with very straight edges?
More the second. I don't know if it's a perfect square, but it is artificially shaped for sure.
I'll hand
Is
my
there-
spyglass to Aaron.
Is there anything coming out at the top of the mountain, like ash or something like that? Like, have we seen that throughout the day? I'm just checking this isn't like a volcano. That
No,
we've, suddenly just
you
like,
have
okay,
not
like
been seeing ash for almost every day, despite it being a clear sky. There has been a kind of a pale white, almost mist. Maybe now you think it might be smoke that hangs over the top like quarter of the mountain. But there's no ash or signs of like lava flows or falling debris that would make you think of an active volcano.
Okay. Looking through the spyglass, would it be at all possible for Aaron to make some kind of Arcana check to see if this is a natural fire that's bursting out, or something like has some sort of magical quality to it that he might notice? Like maybe it's I don't know. I was going to say inaudible, but it's probably too far away to hear anyway.
You're not
regardless, isn't
hearing it, yeah. I think as you spear through this spyglass into the fire, it's very hard for you to tell whether it's natural of origins or not. You're kind of just seeing this like end result. If somebody was creating it magically, it might look much like this. If it was getting pushed out from a natural fire, it might look like this. I think you're not entirely certain.
Okay, that's fine. And we can't see anything. We just see this hole through the spyglass and fire pouring out. Yeah, but I think I'll tell the party to get back to sleep. It's fine. We need to be well rested for tomorrow. We need to remember where that is, and maybe we should steer somewhat clear of it. And but that will come tomorrow. We need to be prepared for anything. Rest.
All right.
Darian will say, "May I have a look at that spyglass, please, friend?"
He'll pass it over to you if you wish. Yeah.
Darian takes that
Let it
first
disappear for a second. Ted's like reconjures it just so that she can give it over. It's my magic.
Oh, thank you. I apologize. Might I borrow some of your powerful magic, friend?
Here you go, friend. And she hands it over and she's smiling.
Thank you.
It's like, yes, I did something.
Darian takes a cursory look at the spyglass. He doesn't get much out of it, but he puts up to Theodore's eyes like, "Here you go. What do you see?"
The camel brays.
I think Aaron points his
I
finger
agree.
in the direction of Darian and just cantrip messages towards him and just says like, "I see nothing, friend." And I really hope he's going to try and like put on a different mental voice. I don't know what a camel's voice would sound like, but something akin to that.
I was really looking
Theodore's
forward to you
voice is
giving
that's of
the...
mine. But that's it.
I don't know what kind of. I think like quite like a husky. I'm gonna give it like a Scottish voice. I think that's how.
Nice.
It's gonna cover like a really like
Scott
deep like,
Camel.
Gaelic. Yeah.
I like it.
Ugh.
I don't see anything, me lord.
I'm thinking like Joe Henry, actually. That's who.
Oh, yeah.
That's who I'm
I
imagining.
was thinking of, you know who Billy Colony is?
Oh yeah, I do know, but yeah, that's a better voice. I like Joe Henry's voice, but that's a good one. That's a good camel voice. All right. Now that we've settled on a camel voice, the rest of the night passes uneventfully. The
Most
four of you.
important part of the show.
The four of you successfully found water during the day, so I'm not going to worry about that. I would like to know if you found food or if you're going to have to mark it off of your camels. So you
boy.
marched at a slow pace, so you can forage normally, no disadvantage. But please give me survival wisdom rolls, DC 15 for the foraging.
Darian found nothing. It was Theodore that heroically found
Right.
water.
Man.
I'll mark off another thing.
Without Theodore, I am nothing.
All right, so water was found. You don't have to worry
Wow.
about that, but please mark me off 2 pounds of rations for each of you and the appropriate feed for your pack animals. All
Is
right.
everyone doing okay with food?
I gave all my rations to the camel. I mean, to the pack, the pack of the camel.
Are you still keeping a check
how many
of
was that again?
I gave you 10 rations in the camel pack before we set off.
Perfect, thank you.
Down to my last ration.
I've got another. Let me just check. I think I've got another 13 days worth of rations, so you should be fine. Like,
Okay.
That's probably
Excellent.
your best friend, real quick.
All right.
No, not 13. Another 10. Another 10.
So that is taken care of. You finish a night's rest. You can spend hit dice if you have any hit points left to regain. Otherwise, you get your spells and class features back. And it is the morning after. You are at the base of the Pale Steps. Once again, the mountain is kind of silent, and the mist clings over the top kind of quarter of it, pale and white against the cloudless blue skies. So, what is the plan, everyone?
Why not?
There we go.
Roll up. Darian will say, well, onward and onwards. Yes, friends? Unless someone has other advice.
All right. You begin to summit the mountains. I want the 4 of you to make me perception checks then, as you are attempting to find the correct way to summit this mountain.
Oh my god.
Dice are not favoring you today, Edwin.
Theodore,
Man.
eyes
I'm even
open.
proficient in this stuff.
All right, so Aaron has kept a pretty good eye out, while the rest of you are getting prepared to get your crampons and your rope out and to climb this mountain by hand. Aaron finds a bit of a switchback through the mountain. It's about a half mile or so away from you at the start, and it seems to be. I wouldn't say it was carved into the mountain by hand, but it appears to be more than just a kind of natural slope through. There's a path kind of leading its way up higher and higher in general states of disrepair. And so you take your animals with you, I presume, and begin making your way up that switchback through the mountains. Tell me, what is it like as the 4 of you climb the mountain here?
I think Aaron takes this discovery of a switchback to be very pathetic. I think he definitely thinks that there's something pulling him towards the top of the mountains to complete his quest to the Starlight and to become attuned further with magic and understand his history and understand himself. And he's beginning to think more and more that maybe that fire that he saw in the night was also just calling him up towards the stars. So he's going as quick. I suppose we're still moving at a slow pace, but he's trying to contain himself and his excitement as he's walking up the switchback.
All right.
Darian sort of looks to Edwin as they travel. He says, "Friend dwarf, I have heard that your kin is skilled at the knowledge of stone and the like structures. Perhaps you might know something of this area, or can lead us on a safe path.
Edwin, he perks up a little bit, like he's sort of paying attention, sort of not. You know, he's mostly trying to make sure that nothing's gonna come at him from like weather side. So he's like, yeah, well, I could give it my best shot, but I've never been up here before. So
But surely one rock is just as rocky as another rock, yes?
I guess I can give it. I guess I can give it a whirl. Maybe I might think of something. Would that be? Again, it'd be a history. I guess we're. Am I looking at the mountain itself to try to find something that might be glistening from it, like that as we're walking up the steps, or what do we see around it, or what does Edmund see like as we're walking up? We're walking up pale steps, right?
You're walking up the mountain itself.
Yeah,
The trail is natural looking, right? It's dirt and stone, large boulders, some small kind of like mountain bushes kind of litter it. The trail itself seems to be kind of some natural path that has been, in some places you see it has kind of been carved a little bit to help alleviate travel. Certain cliffs have kind of rocky almost steps kind of leading the way up to get a little bit higher. The slope is steep but gentle enough that you and the pack animals can make it up for the most part. It seems almost as if over the course of time people who had like traveled up this path had made it easier to work for some just, you know, making the path slightly easier, giving you little assists along the way. But it's largely kind of just the natural side of the mountain that you're making your way up.
And this is what Edwin is, you know, perceiving as like, you know, he knows that this used to be a trail at some point, or a positioned or paved trail by some people, but nobody else does. So, okay, I guess so Edwin just gives this, you know, sort of knowledge back to Darian. Well, it seems like a people from some time ago decided to make a trail to go through these sorts of mountain paths. I'm not sure who they might have been, but they seem to have been crafters of some such. Maybe they were dwarves themselves.
Perhaps they still reside here. We might meet them in our travels. Keep your eyes and ears open, Master Dwarf. Your kinsman may reside here.
Yeah, he starts, you know, like shaking his maw a little bit, you know, like it's a bat, you know, like, you know, and he's like, yeah, I don't know if they're the nice dwarves or not.
As you are having
So you're
this
saying not
sure-
all dwarves get along?
Until you attack them.
Both of you were talking at the same time. I didn't hear you. Sorry. No, it's okay.
I was just saying, I'm sure all dwarves are nice until you attack them. Sorry, Greg.
That's
The
fine.
lag is killing me.
Yeah, the lag's a little tough sometimes. It's okay. So as you're having this conversation and making your way up the mountain path, you begin to hear a ringing echoing through the mountain as you are climbing up. It sounds sharp like steel or metal on metal. This like rings out, echoing throughout the mountain, and then it rings out again. And this ringing is rhythmic and almost like musical in nature. As you're walking up the steps, you begin to feel your feet kind of fall in line with each loud ring that echoes out. And I want all four of you to make me wisdom saving throws as you are climbing this mountain.
We just click on wisdom, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The dice are really good for y'all right now.
Ooh.
All right.
Oh, dear.
Darian, you hear this and you feel your feet kind of begin to form this rhythm, and you continue marching along the path. But you kind of stop as you realize the other three of your companions have just kind of stopped. They're just kind of standing almost trance-like on the mountain path as this rhythmic ringing echoes around you. What do you do?
As I hear it, I kind of look over. I say, Theodore, do you hear that? and it helps me with pass the save. And then I march on forward a little bit, look back, and says, "Why did you stop? Are you distracted by that strange, haunting music, or perhaps something more sinister? A rock in your shoe?"
Does that snap us out of it, or are we still?
No,
trying.
the three of you are just like caught in this trance for the moment while Leova talks at you. Or Darian. excuse
Friends, can you hear me? I sort of wave back. There is no response from them.
me. Mhm.
I say, "Theodore, hold on just a moment. I shall attend to our companions." And I walk back to where they are. I kind of like poke them a little bit. Like they respond, right? They're not like illusions now, or they're not like
No, they're
frozen.
there. You poke them. They're fleshy and there. They seem to be almost as if in a trance.
This is quite unusual. Let me think. What could be causing this? If they were somehow entranced by this strange sound, perhaps another sound would break them out of it. Theodore! Make some noise! And I yeah. Do we get like a bray out of Theodore? Or is he kinda like looks
Sure.
back like
Sure, Theodore brays at you. You've commanded your camel to speak. It brays. So you're trying to make a very loud noise here, and your way to do that is to have your camel bray at your companions. Okay. Then
I will also attempt to sort of like look around the area and think to myself, is there some spirit or some creature here that could be affecting us? I activate Divine Sense.
you activate Divine Sense, and so you know the location of any celestial, fiend, or undead. Or no, it doesn't work on Fae, right? So no, you don't recognize any fiends, celestials, or undead. I don't even think. Do you have to choose that? It doesn't matter.
The actual ability is kind of rough. It almost never works for any character in any game ever. But it's always fun to use it and see if it
That's good. Yeah.
You never know.
You send your feelers out, detecting as best you can through the mountains, but it doesn't ping back anything to you.
I do not sense any undead or demonic creatures. Do you sense any, Theodore? No? A mystery. And I sort of ponder for a moment. Can I make a history check, see if any of the adventurers that have come back have mentioned any like entrancing music or have spoken about like creatures, charming people during their travels?
I think that if you've talked about it, then you would know, right? So whatever you've picked up from either watching the shows or talking to people who have adventured, you know, and if you've forgotten or didn't see it, then you haven't heard it.
I know there's something out there that does some stuff. I wasn't sure if this was that particular one. I'm not sure if I could get a thing on there. Okay. I say, well, we might be in it for the long haul, boys. I'm glad and girl, I say, looking at Tads. I'm glad I brought the tent. I might have to set it up around you, but, well, we shall do our best.
So you see your companions in a trance, and you just start setting up the tent?
No, I ponder, like, if we might have to spend the night here, if they're frozen long term, I can at least, like, put them in a,
All right.
enclosed area.
So let's backtrack for a second
meanwhile-
while you've been talking in circles for a second. The first thing that you kind of tried and we never got around to resolving was you wanted to make a very loud noise to snap them out of it, and you wanted your animal to make it for you. So why don't we have an animal handling check to see how well you've trained your camel to bray as loud as possible, and let's see if you can snap any of these people out of their trance with this bray.
Theodore, I am counting on you.
No, he speaks, he brays, but apparently he's a goat now, and it is not enough to awaken your companions.
A good effort. Thank you, Theodore. They're beyond your help, it seems. The greatest of us cannot help. What am I, a lowly man, to do?
So, with the braying donkey out of the way, is there anything else that you can think of? What does Darian do in this moment?
Darian would say, well, perhaps, yes, if it is something, unholy or foul, I might be able to do something, but I do not sense anything of that nature. So I will light a torch, and I will kind of hold it up to them in the hopes that fire or heat will, help snap them out. Not actually hit them or attack them, but just put it near them, like
A good warm.
close to the space heater kind of thing.
You place a torch next to your companions. Sure. You.
I just wave it.
You wave a torch really close to them, get them really hot under the collar, lots of smoke. Who do you wave it at first?
I would start with Aaron, since I know that he is a wizard. Perhaps he could help us out of whatever's happening here.
Aaron, please remake your wisdom saving throw from the smoky torch.
Okay.
A 15. You snap out of it. There's Leova sitting here waving this torch in your face. The smoke is getting all at you, and it distracts you enough from this ringing spell, and it brings you kind of to your senses. You still hear this ringing sound rhythmically beating out around you through the mountains. And now, as you look around, you see that Tads and Edwin are kind of under this strange trance.
Yeah, I think Aaron's initially, he's just sort of like, why is there a fire in my face? How long have I been stood here for? He's sort of like, as it becomes sort of aware
several
that
moments, friend. Some magic has entranced you. Perhaps you can help our allies escape. I have tried to ask our strongest member, Theodore, but he is incapable of breaking this enchantment.
Okay, Aaron will turn around and he's going to try and just slap the faces of Edmund and Taz to see if he can wake them up, or just shake them about a bit, try and get their to rock them out of.
You give them a hearty slap to the face and a shake. Tads and Edwin, please remake your wisdom saves. Okay.
Snaps out of it and says, "Root!"
Oh my god.
You're able to slap Tads out of the trance, but Edwin is too deep inside of it to be shaken out. Tads, you now realize that Edwin is in this trance as you've been slapped.
After Aaron does that and Edwin still doesn't wake up, Aaron will walk a few steps away and he'll sit down, legs crossed as before, and begin to rub his shoulders repeatedly while rocking back and forth and just whispering to himself arcane words. And as time progresses, you start to see steam and smoke emit from below his hands as he breathes it in. After 10 minutes, his eyes spin back and turn black, and he casts ritual detect magic just to anywhere where there is magic, it appears as a sort of thinly veiled smoke.
Absolutely. You ritually cast your detect magic, but as you look around, the source of the magic doesn't appear in your vision. I don't know if you can see ringing sound, I guess, but each time the sound rings through the mountain, there is just this ever so faint, just a little wisp of magical smoke that you kind of see pulsing through the air around you, but it's almost imperceptible. The source of it seems to be far beyond your magical sight.
Is Edwin radiating any magic at all in his trance?
No, he doesn't radiate magic in his trance.
Okay.
After Darian explains the situation to Tats, she will find a conjuration she will conjure up a candle and try to like mold it with her hands. So have like 2 pieces of wax and tries to put them into the ears of Edwin, hoping that once the music no longer reaches him, it would break the spell.
Okay.
I am
And
glad Silver has no brain and not just bronze.
sure enough, after a few moments of having fully plugged Edwin's ears, he kind of begins to blink and snaps out of it, coming to his senses with the ears full of wax.
Ugh. Well, I'm deaf. I can't hear myself. What's going on? I don't realize that there's probably wax in my ears.
Yeah.
I think Aaron will point his finger at Edwin and message into his head, saying that you were in a trance temporarily. Calm down. Don't pull the wax out of your ears, because if you do, you're just going to not be able to move. We're working out what's going on. Well, I don't know how long you can send something in a message, but something.
I'm sure it's a cantrip, right? So you just like send 6 seconds. It's like, don't Nick, and then it just has a little interruption in it.
It's just like Twitter.
Yeah, it's like Twitter. You have to scroll down to the next one.
Yeah, so Aaron prepares a long thread and then just tweet all. Yeah, don't pull out the wax is the essence of it.
Nice.
Am I technically deaf at the moment?
No, you just
Okay.
you got wax in your ears to stop
Gotcha.
the ringing.
Tats will conjure up a pool that she can fill with water, which means that the wax disappears. But she tries to fill it up with water and see whether the vibrations of the water like watch their shape, like see whether they become larger or like more erratic, seeing that like the source of the sound is changing. That would be ideal. I'm not sure whether
No. It seems as if the source of the sound is steady. It seems to be coming from the high up in the mountain, although it echoes through the kind of rocky hillsides and boulders and things around you.
Did that snap Edwin out of the trance, or does he have to?
I'm not going to double jeopardy you back into the trance once you have successfully defeated it. You have defeated it.
Is it sort of just reverberating all around us, or is there a sort of general direction? Oh, so we just sort of like a wide echo.
It
can't really
echoes
tell
all
what's
around
going
you. It's both things. One, the source of this is clearly up high on the mountain, and 2, it does echo all around you. And as you're like in this kind of small mountain range and around the boulders and things, like it echoes through the land here.
So would I'm not so too familiar with the world that exists, where the land is. Would we be familiar with like warding spells and things like that, like large scale, like protection that maybe like kingdoms employ with regards to like their fortresses that can put people into trances like this? Like, does it remind me of anything like that, or does this seem like something I've never heard of or encountered
I don't
before?
think that this is magic that your character has encountered before. Maybe you think of that and think, well, if I was a powerful kingdom, maybe I'd employ a bunch of mages to do something like that. But I don't think that you particularly have encountered magic of that scale.
Okay. Are we comfortable pressing on? Or has this spooked anyone too much?
All right.
I would suggest going at like, well, we said it's not going to affect us again, but she would first go for and look ahead with a pool of water, seeing whether it affects her when she gets closer towards the source, what she assumes to be the source, and then after she checks that,
Darian would say, sorry.
That's it.
What do you say, Darian?
As I get nuzzled by the I will say, Darian would suggest, perhaps if we are concerned about this strange song entrancing our minds, we can sing our own song of justice and honor to counter it. What say you, friends? Raise your voices.
Edwin's totally comfortable with cadences and stuff in the military, so he just starts. He's like, "All right, Darian, let's go." So he
You
starts
find
singing,
yourselves attempting a cadence, and you sing out. But eventually, no matter how hard you try, all of your cadences and all of your songs inevitably find themselves falling into the same rhythm as the ringing through the mountains. And you probably catch yourself a couple of times, but it soon becomes apparent that singing your own song just eventually falls into the same rhythm as well.
Interesting. Yeah.
Darian doesn't notice. He just happily keeps singing and shouting and monologuing and leading the party.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Darian doesn't notice this, but perhaps Edwin does, with his familiarity with cadence.
Edwin, he's a little confused as to why this is his particular cadences aren't working. So he stops and he's. Does he recognize any of this sort of beat? Is this some sort of like defense that he would know that some sort of people would use, like what Aaron sort of said, but like more like maybe a military force, maybe?
No,
Or
you don't
tribe
recognize it
you
at
might
all.
have met?
Maybe just ever so slightly, it might remind you of a forge, as you are a dwarf. But it's so you haven't ever seen someone beat a forge so steadily for so long without any break or pause in rhythm.
Okay, so it could be forge related. Okay, so this is just a guess, right? He thinks it might be forge related, but he's not like really pinpointing. He's not putting the tack in the wall. So, okay, he's gonna move a little. I guess are we not moving, or are we moving along? He's gonna pick up his pace a little bit, try to get in the front of the group, and he wants to try and see where this sort of ringing is coming from. He's very interested in it.
All right.
Share that it might be a fort.
Say that one more time.
Do you share that it might be a forge?
Oh, sorry. No, I wanted to make sure with Greg. Do I think it's a forge, or do I not? So, I didn't know if he knew, like, if I...
Anything I tell you, you can repeat as character knowledge if you'd like.
So,
Yeah.
Edwin, he's, kind of this little bit of a confused, but also very interested look on his face. He's like, well, this does sound similar to maybe a forge back home, but it's too consistent, It doesn't seem rough enough, the banging and the sound isn't quite as, it's too melodic, too rhythmic. So, good.
I see. Perhaps if my friend Gayla was here, she is an armorer from the town. She could help us.
We should keep moving ahead. Maybe we'll find it somewhere along the path.
All right. The party continues on through the mountain pass, climbing and climbing. After an hour or so, the ringing ceases, and you are left once again in your kind of relative silence, or at least your kind of normal sounds of the mountain climb. The climb of the mountain takes most of the day, and you find no encounters along your path. As you are reaching kind of the late afternoon, you find yourselves very close to the peak of this particular mountain. There's probably still a few more miles ahead of you, but as you are climbing the top here, you come across what you recognize from your spyglass the night before. As you switch back around and climb up this path of the cliff, you see the big kind of square opening carved into the rock. From this distance and seeing it up close, Edwin especially recognizes it as dwarven architecture, although the crafting of it is twice the size or more of dwarven architecture. It almost throws you for a loop. No dwarf makes things this big. It would be the size for 3 or more men stacked on top of each other. And dwarves don't do that, but it gives you that same feel, right? You look at it, you're like, this is my homeland. And it leads deeper in to this mountain.
Yeah, so Edwin realizes this, and he kind of stops, completely in front of, and him being in front of the rip. He's like, looks around, he says a little bit louder. It's about where everybody can hear. He's like, this place looks dwarven made, but no dwarf crafted this.
The moment
Yeah.
that Edwin starts talking, I think Aaron's just going to implore him to like whisper around this thing, because I don't want anything that's inside of that to hear us.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
I also say this looks like. Do you share that it? Oh, you just said yeah, it looks dwarven made.
Yeah.
It definitely
I
looks far
said
too
that.
big for it. So I think Aaron suspects this is possibly the work of dwarven slaves, like something they're being like captured and forced to build it for something far greater than themselves. Though it could be ancient, so that doesn't necessarily imply anything malevolent about the contents of this cave. But like I say, I think we should be quiet. I ask, how close are we to the cloud that above the mountain?
You are almost in sight of it. The cloud hangs but a mile or two above where you are, onto the peak of the mountain.
I suspect that the rest of the party is going to be very interested in this cave. But Aaron really wants to press on and make it above the clouds. It's the whole sort of essence of his journey, and he'll try and plead and ask with the rest of the party if we can keep pushing forwards and maybe return to this later, because I have work to do at the summit.
Edwin like walks over to one of the walls. You know, the architecture, kind of puts his hand on it, kind of drawing past it, because he hasn't been back in his home for many years, almost 100 years. So since he left. So
All right.
he starts walking on. He kind of nods at Aaron and just walks on with them.
So you leave this entrance be and continue following up to this last maybe quarter of the mountain. The climb here gets tough and arduous, but you still have basically a whole day, or still have a whole portion of the day, that last part of the afternoon into the evening. You climb and climb to the top of this mountain. Eventually, at some point, you're going to leave the camels behind as the path becomes steep and sheer as you are trying to reach the peaks itself. The smoke that you now realize is smoke, as you make your way through it, hangs thick and heavy to both the mountain and to yourselves. It makes breathing kind of difficult, makes your eyes water. But eventually, as the sun sets and the first stars in the sky begin to poke their way out, you summit the kind of top of this mountain. You're at its highest peak above the kind of smoke that hangs on it, and you get a nice clear look at the night sky as it begins to pierce through the heavens.
Friends, we are now truly in the lands beyond the mist.
Title
I think-
drop. Sorry.
Darian says, looking straight at the camera.
The Reddit roll.
Aaron will, as before, he'll see if there's any residual ash that he can pick up, and walk up to a place within the summit, and once again draw out his vortex in the fall. But this time he'll take out his dagger and slit his hand open slightly and grab the blood that's pouring out, and then draw upon his chest the symbol of a chalice that's on fire. Then he'll sit there just under the stars and just wait to hear from anything that comes beyond. He's really trying to focus on trying to experience what it is that's point. And there's something about the sort of providential quality of finding this path that he really almost expects to hear something come back to him, something animate and alive about the quality of magic. Maybe even the dragon itself might be watching him.
Tell me, do you have an experience of this as you draw this on your chest and meditate upon the top of the mountain? How does it go for Aaron?
I suppose you'll permit me to sort of venture into your lore. I suppose, as Aaron does it, I think that after sort of 10, 15, 20 minutes of sitting there focusing on one particular star. It was sort of like all of a sudden he'll almost in a trance-like state freeze in front of everybody else, and his vision will suck up into these stars, and he'll suddenly see an image of like the most colossal black dragon you could imagine, just like flying in the sky, like above. Not as if it's literally in front of him, but almost as if it's a vision into the past, and he sees this like magnificent creature tearing at the sky and like throwing it onto the ground, and then when he sees that, all of a sudden he'll flip back and begin to move again and stand up and say to the others that he knows all that he needs to know.
Excellent.
He's ready to descend.
Wow. Quite a vision there. Very nice experience. Sorry, Edwin, what were you saying?
No. I didn't want to interrupt you. I didn't know you were talking. Go ahead.
No, I was going to push us along.
So you said we were at the peak. Does the architecture lead into any particular places, like doors, pathways, sideways?
There was only the single entrance that you found some few miles down the mountain. It took you about a quarter of a day's travel down the mountain. As you climbed up this switching path, you didn't find any other entrances or doorways or any other features. The mountain seems to be natural other than that single entrance.
There's nothing at the peak that he can recognize at all. It's just a peak of a mountain, and we've made it to the top.
Mountain. Indeed, you have.
Okay. Okay. Well, I guess he doesn't really know what else to do. He's like he's a little bummed out that he didn't find any treasure at the end of the mountain, but he was very excited that he found architecture that he didn't recognize, or at least he thought he didn't recognize. So
I think Aaron will just walk over to Edwin and say that we've found treasure the likes of which most no mortal men will ever experience, and I don't think he'll go beyond that, but he'll sort of like he'll like get some of the image of the blood on his chest and then just sort of like pat it upon like the side of Edmund's face, like almost like he's like just completely out of it.
Okay.
Just like this mixture of like ecstasy and awe inside of Aaron's head. He's sort of like beginning to act very weirdly around the other people as he's half in the world and half in the skies, and then just sort of like walks past Edwin. I don't know, actually, is it so late that maybe, I don't know if we want to make camp on top of the mountain, so I think maybe we should descend slightly. You don't want to like fall off while you're asleep.
Probably can find somewhere that's a little safer than probably the very peak of a mountain, but yes, it is effectively night. The stars are out after your meditation, and it is dark, so scaling down the mountain may be treacherous in its own right.
So whenever Aaron did that to me, like passing the blood on me, like that's kind of looked like I'm like a little confused, like what did he just do? And then I wiped the blood off my face and I mumble under my breath. I'm like, I found existential knowledge. Yeah, but I can't buy mead with existential knowledge. So he just kicks a bit of the stand, kicks one of the walls, and then he just starts walking back down the mountain.
Upon hearing about the apparent wealth, Tats rolls her eyes really hard. And she's afterwards not even shocked that this hippie would put some blood into someone's face and just like wordlessly hands Edwin one of her like 5 soaps that she carries with her.
Thanks.
Darian would just offer one word when Aaron talks about the greatest gift that they've gotten. He'll say, friendship! And then go back to whatever he was doing.
Seems good. All right, so you spend a night on the mountain. Let us see if you have found food and water for your day worth of scaling this mountain. Where you are going to essentially assume a slow pace. I don't think it was possible to move faster. So go ahead and give me foraging checks. DC 15.
Is it at advantage, or was that the navigation?
That navigation is an advantage,
Yeah,
not foraging.
Okay. There we go.
Darian found some water somewhere on the mountain and managed to let you all fill your water skins and let the animals drink. And he found enough food for himself and food for one pack animal. The rest of you are going to need to mark food off for your day's travel, and one of the pack animals will need to have feed marked off for them. The rest of you can take a night's rest, get any HP back, spend the hit dice if you need to. Otherwise, regain your class features and be ready for the next day.
Perfect. Darian will sort of, go ahead. sorry.
Tats eats her last ration while she mumbles under her breath. Well, wealth beyond our imagination.
So, it is the next morning. You have climbed to the very summit of the mountain. A fresh layer of smoke hangs around you. In the night, once again, you saw fires bellow out and produce this big cloud of smoke that now kind of hangs all around you. What is the plan for today?
Where was the fire bellowing out in relation to where we are now?
Where's the source of that? Well, the square opening of Dwarven Almost Craft lies about a quarter of a day's climb down the mountain to where you found it previously.
Oh, that was that cave that you mentioned?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, for some reason I thought it was a separate.
Edwin remembers that, well, he doesn't remember being tranced, but he knows that he woke up from it, so he puts his fingers in his ears just in case it happens again while he's walking down the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully that does something. You know, he's not a magic user. He can't.
I like the idea of you scaling the mountain, and at any point
Yeah,
you're just
just-
like, nope. All right. So, are we making your way back to that opening? Is that the plan?
Yeah, before we go, Darian will say to Aaron, did you find what you were looking for up here, friend? I saw you casting a spell and perhaps performing a ritual earlier.
I found everything that I needed to know.
Awesome.
Maybe everything I'll ever need to know.
Awesome.
Go on. Tell us more about these blessings.
So I think Aaron will. He feels perfectly comfortable now around this, and he'll spend maybe, if they wish, as they walk down the hill, he'll begin explaining to everyone exactly what the origins of magic are, and how they pour into the world. And I think Tads is going to be like completely not interested whatsoever. Like, this is just complete arse. But yeah, Aaron will go into detail of all the things that he's learned, and well, as much as he can, but the different texts that he's read surrounding magic and how it all links into this dragon. And sort of talking about the day of its return that must be fast approaching, and how clearly all of us were led here by the dragon to find this. All of you are part of this oncoming storm.
Darian will say, my ancestors, I'm not sure if you ever heard of them, the Oligard, they were powerful warriors. Some say they even rode dragons into battle in their heyday.
It's no surprise to me that you were chosen, friend.
Perhaps I shall recreate that glory with a dragon of my own.
I think Aaron looks at him a little bit sternly. The idea of you riding a dragon to him, and kind of maybe keeping one. I mean, I suppose it's the way in which you phrase it. If it's a sort of familial thing, because now he sort of ponders it and thinks about the relationship that you have with your camel, and sort of realizes this means probably you treat the dragon with a great degree of equality and respect. So he smiles and nods, and then proceeds, continuing to talk more about the origins of magic and what have you.
Yeah, Darren will happily speak with them about any topic at length, talking about his past, his history, what little he knows of magic and the glorious battles of previous days. He's happy to monologue with someone, duologue, as it may be.
Edmund's mostly just kind of, sulking a little bit because he didn't find any treasure. He had a knoll head, but that was taken from him willingly, I guess. But Edmund's gonna he is bummed out, but he's really determined to see if he can find something from the mountain, because he didn't hike all the way up here to get knocked out and then come back and then almost get knocked out again, just to descend into the mountain and be like, oh, we had some food, we saw some sights, and he's a little angry that and he got hypnotized, so he's like, he's a little annoyed. So
You want to sue? You want to? I understand.
I think I think if everyone keeps on going on about the treasure or whatever that they didn't find, I think Aaron would just sort of bring his coin purse out of his bag and just put 10 gold pieces in each one of their hands and just be like, "But I don't need this anymore. It's fine. You can have as much as you want. Spend it as you see fit." Maybe you don't understand the severity, the significance of what we've discovered on this journey today. Maybe you don't understand your place in the world, but I'm trying to tell you that this right here matters a hell of a lot less than what we just did. And he'll just sort of throw the 10 gold pieces at both of them, and then I think he's becoming genuinely a little bit he's simultaneously taken aback and maybe almost slightly disgusted about the disregard that they're showing for their place in the world. But he also remind himself these are people that have been chosen to come with him, and there must be a reason for that. And so give them their gold for now, give them their time, and they'll eventually learn what their place is.
All right.
Picks up the coins
Mark off.
immediately and goes to Darian and tries to strike up a conversation about what could be done for him to similarly self-actualize.
If you self-actualize, the money's going to be flowing. All right, so
Darian lives his own self-actualization. He does his own thing.
So you eventually make it back down. It's a quarter of a day journey down from the peak, and you arrive once again at this kind of square tunnel carved into the mountain deeper. You gonna step inside? Assume this is the point you're going into this tunnel?
Edwin has no hesitation. He's going right into the tunnel. He's wanting to leave the mountain. He doesn't mind. He was sort of grateful, biting on the gold piece and making sure that Aaron wasn't stiffening him for. But then he's heading into the tunnel. He wants to find something. He's very much interested in what what this mountain has to offer.
Taz asks Edwin, "Do you want to announce yourself to your brethren?" As he pulls out a megaphone out of her finger and.
Is that a real D&D item?
Like
a megaphone,
not like
a horn,
electronic one, but sort of.
Sure, some kind of horn.
When we,
sorry, go ahead.
Say real quick. When we're about to enter the cave, Aaron will go into his pack real quick and pull out a red vial of I think it's resistance to fire potion that he picked up in a cave, and I think he's going to neck that to make sure he doesn't die.
All right, you prepare yourself to be resistant to the flames you've seen come out of this before. You begin your trek into the cave itself. The sun is up and high and gives you a kind of a dim light as you make your way through this tunnel. You see these kind of scorch marks along the walls as you make your way in. It is very clear that fire and smoke and flame has licked its way through this long tunnel. It is quite wide, at least wide enough for 4 or 5 people to walk abreast, and the ceilings are high in this tunnel, at least 3 people stacked on top of each other. As you make your way in, you see that there are carvings along the kind of walls of this tunnel. It goes in probably a mile or more deep into the mountain at a kind of slight downgrade. It seems like it's going into the heart of the stone itself. Along the walls, you see the smoke and fire licked carvings are indications of some creature. It seems large, giant-sized in the carvings that you can see, and it wields a mighty hammer in one hand. It seems to be depicted like creating something as you walk deeper in. You see these like 7 tall, almost human-looking, but not quite. There's something wrong about them. They don't quite give you the feelings of humans that are joining this creature as it works for them. And eventually, you reach kind of like the terminus of this tunnel, and blazoned in gold, shining bright even in the dim light that has like kind of bounced through the walls. This large circular stone floor shows the image of these 7 tall human figures receiving from the kneeling large creature a crown shaped in 7 blood droplets. And the light in this room almost like is brighter than you would expect. It almost seems like the gold and the gemstones that like embed in the walls and on the kind of ground in which this scene takes place captures the light and bounces it around. You blink for a moment and you take a look around, and you see that on the far wall from where you are is an enormous furnace that is still got coals lingering in it, but is not blazing at the moment, along with an anvil twice the size of like you and your camels. You think that like you could be placed upon it yourselves. There is large instruments of blacksmithing hanging near the walls and this anvil. All of them seem to be glowing slightly of like this pale, almost blue, like mineral-like metal. It doesn't seem to be the like iron or steel that you're used to. They're all oversized, incredibly large, as if they were fitting this size of the anvil.
Do I recognize any of these materials? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, the first night when Aaron spotted the fire being emitted, was it something that was constantly burning throughout the... or did it suddenly turn on at some point, like somebody had poured coal into the furnace?
Seemed like it lasted a long time, but it had a beginning and a termination. Yeah.
But there are people that are living here, basically, is what Aaron's inferring from that.
You take a look around.
This is not just...
You take a look around, you see these tools. You also see large chests, like oversized chests, that are filled with what appear to be like gems and coins and treasures and pieces of valuables. And on the farthest reach from the entrance that you went in, there is another kind of opening. This one not nearly as finely carved, and there is a like enormous metal, kind of the same blue mineral anchor in the ground nearby it, and you see a small, like I say small, but an oversized chain leading deeper through that tunnel out of sight. You don't have to raise your hand.
Well, I thought it would help with the leg. So given that there are 7 statues and that there's a crown of 7 triplets, to Tadz's knowledge, does the number 7 have some sort of religious significance?
Does it? You tell me. What religion do you follow? Is the number 7 significant?
Well, she doesn't really follow any religion, but she probably read up on religion over time.
Sorry.
Should I make up some lore, or?
If you would like, the number 7 isn't particularly meaningful in any way that you've found up to this point, I don't think, but it is repeated here twice.
Our dwarven friend is quite religious, is he not? And it seems it was built by dwarves. Is there any association between your faith and the number 7 at all? Or any of this iconography? Do you recognize any of it? Is it significant to you?
Can I roll a history check? Maybe I got a story from my great grandparents or my parents about some people that we knew of made strange things or something like that. Or would that be?
Sure.
would that be-
You could
I guess that
you
would
could roll a
definitely be a
history
hit.
check if you'd like.
Okay. I don't think this is stone cutting. So even though
No, this would not be stone cutting.
for Pete's sake.
I don't think that you are familiar with this at all. In fact, like
Okay.
the work of the stone is clearly, it reminds you of dwarven, although it's alien almost. But
Does the forge
history-
give me any? All right, go ahead.
The history of this place is foreign to you. It's alien. The iconography, the things that you see here, they don't remind you of any stories from your people or from the, religious texts that you have.
Do I spot any weapons lying around that a dwarf could probably, mosey on over, pick up, and take out of the cave?
Before you do that, Aaron will definitely try and stop you and tell you to be tentative, because I'm definitely getting a Indiana Jones, if you pick something up the cave is going to start collapsing vibe here. So I think before you touch anything, and I don't know if this will be particularly helpful because I suspect it's going to radiate magic regardless, but Aaron will, as before, I won't go too deep into repeating the description, but he'll cast another ritual detect magic spell and see if there's any magical resonance. And is there any way for me to tell the school at all?
Yes, you would get the school automatically with the magic. So you cast your 10-minute ritual and you detect magic. Everything that I described that has this kind of bluish mineral-like appearance gives you a faint reading of enchantment magic. The anvil, the anchor in the floor, the tools hanging above the furnace, all of it is slightly enchanted. But beyond that, your readings do not produce any other magic items.
So it's enchantment as in charm magic, not as in giving.
As in from the
+1 to
school
a
of
weapon.
enchantment.
Yeah.
Be either. Be either of the two things.
Okay.
So,
Cat-
Edwin listens. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't
As
hear
well,
you.
ritual cast comprehend languages, as she suspects to be encountering a giant soon. She does not speak giant.
Okay.
Edwin, part of his, who he is as a person, he thinks to himself, of course, that both Tans and Aaron are cowards because they ran from those gnolls whenever we, as in Darian and I, were fighting them. I rolled this on one of his background checks, by the way. He has little respect for warriors that he doesn't know that have been proven. He doesn't technically know Tans has survived one of these things. He just knows that he's traveled with her, and she just ran because she didn't want to fight. And then Aaron, clearly he didn't know how well he was doing, even though yes, they were both fighting with us. So he doesn't care. He has a little less respect for them, and he wants to go and grab something because he's very much interested in leaving this mountain peak with something other than just a little gold for his name. So this is all in character. So Edwin listens to Aaron. He listens to Sans. He acting like he's listening to them. He just walks up to something that he can grab, or tries to anyway. And he can I make a perception roll to see if I find a hammer, like a maul or some sort of sword or some sort of maybe.
So when you look
weapon.
through the treasure that's lying in these oversized chests, none of it looks like weapons. You guys, your eyes over it. It's all coins and gems and trinkets like necklaces and bracelets. All of it kind of bigger than you expect. As you look around, the only thing that reminds you of weapons are these big oversized tools hanging over the furnace. If you got your hands on that big hammer, it might be too heavy for you to swing, but it would definitely hurt somebody if you hit him with it.
Oh well, he loves hammers. So or particularly balls, especially even if they're oversized. So he's gonna he's gonna get the better of him, but he's gonna go after one of those hammers, see if he can take it. Is it hung up on something?
It is.
It's clearly
Hanging above this oversized furnace, there's these big tools that are on little hinges, like little hooks that are just hanging down over it. You recognize them, right? Bellows, hammers, tongs, all these things that you would use for blacksmithing.
Okay, so he wants to grab the hammer, like blacksmith hammer. I guess it'd be like the quote unquote smallest, but still large, larger than his small hammer. Is that a possibility for him to do? I mean, wait, he's kind of short, so like, would he even be able to reach it without anyone else's help?
It's hanging above this furnace. I think it's going to require you to do some kind of climbing of the furnace. Why don't you give me a successful athletics check of DC 12?
Large? If I were to conjure upstairs, would that help with that, or like is that like so far?
I mean, stairs do help you climb things. Yeah, I think you could conjure stairs.
I was gonna ask Delarian if he could just lift me up to grab one of the hammers.
You create a small ladder up over the furnace, and Edwin begins climbing the ladder, reaching this like giant-sized hammer, and begins to unhook it from the hinge. I'm doing this carefully, by the way. I'm trying to do this like lightly and as quietly as possible. As soon as your hands touch this oversized hammer, you hear the rattling of chains from the far side of the room.
Now he quickly grabs the hammer. He's trying to get off a ladder.
You quickly grab this enormous hammer. It's almost as big as you are, and you are like carrying it down the ladder.
Do you want to get a strength check to do this?
Not for the moment.
Okay.
The rattling of chains grows louder, and stepping out into the room in front of you is an enormous, what looks like a dwarf, but the size of a giant. He has got the squareness and stoutness of a dwarf, but stands almost as tall as the chamber itself. Twice the size and more of any man. It has a long gray and white beard that's been twisted and braided into this almost rope-like thing down to its waist. On its ankle, you see the terminus of the long chain. It's like binding his ankle to the anchor in the floor, and he begins striding toward the hammer that has been pulled down from the wall.
Can Edwin speak Dwarven with this creature? Does he is it just an oversized looking dwarf, or does he think it's a monster?
I guess what do you think of it?
I'll just start speaking Dwarven to it, because I don't know if the rest of the party can or not, but I'm speaking in whatever language. I guess I'll speak in English because I don't know Dwarven. So I'll be like, "Hey, where'd you get this hammer? Can I have it?"
The creature cocks its head at you as it continues to stride forward slowly. And
okay, so I'm just gonna sort of back up, look at the thing, and just keep walking.
And it speaks out to you as it walks towards you, saying, you speak the old language of the slaves.
Oh, fuck me.
Why do you have my hammer?
Oh, well, it's really simple, see. Me and this party group here, we traveled pretty far away from this tavern to get to this mountain, and we kind of came up with nothing. Well, I didn't come up with anything. And so I wanted to have something to show my family and my friends and everyone back at home that, there was something up here worthy of taking down and being worshipped, maybe. And I pull out my religious little trinket of Moradin, and I'm like, "Do you recognize this?"
Tads, do you understand?
It leans down and peers at your little trinket and laughs. I remember when that one was born.
So Edward is very interested right now, and he puts the hammer down. Like he just wants to have a conversation with this, being, because he's mostly just, flabbergasted that he would even meet something like this, even though he's very much loving the hammer. He puts it down, and he's like, and I don't want to take up a lot of time with this, but he's like, "What? You knew more then?
Yes. He was annoying. I kicked him out. Anyway, he picks up the hammer.
Oh, no.
And holds it for a moment. Then places it back up on the hook above you. And he looks down and he says, "You want treasures? I am the great smith Dworkin. I work the very fires of creation. If you wish for treasure, bring me materials. These things," he kind of points at the treasures, "they are worthless. They cannot be crafted. They're too soft. No one has brought me good working material in some time. I do not wish for your irons, your bronzes. They are soft and worthless. Bring me something worth my talent, and I will craft you treasure."
I'm assuming he's speaking Dwarven. So I'm like, all right. And I tell one of my party members, okay, write this down in English. I'm sorry, common, not English. And I go back to him like, all right, what's the material that you need? What was the guy's name again? I need to write this. I need to write this down.
I am Dworkin. Remember
Dworkin.
it. He grabs one of the tools off the wall and shows it to you. This, 'tis the bones of titans that once walked this land. I make my tools from it, and it holds the magics of forging better than any other metal. Find it, bring it to me. I will craft you treasures.
So yeah, Edwin is very intrigued at this, and I'm pretty sure they don't know what we're talking about. So Edwin tells the party, he's like, "All right, we need to find this bone of some titan or something. We need to kill one of those things and bring it back here, and so he'll craft us whatever we want." So, well, mess. So I tried to tell them to write that down.
Let's look skeptically. Didn't Titans die out?
Have you been speaking with this
Let's
teacher friend? Sorry, go ahead, guys.
Skeptic facial expression saying, "Didn't Titans die out eons ago?"
He hears what Tan's saying, and he's like, "Hey, Dworkin. My friend thinks that Titans are long gone from at least thousands of years ago. Are they still around? Do you know any of their locations?"
No. I have been in this mountain for as long as I remember.
Okay. Do you have any hammers that you don't want, and you can just give me something? Give me a hammer. He really wants. Yeah.
For
Okay.
the last thing I crafted, I was gifted these, and he just points towards the treasures, gold and gems. They are worthless. Take of that whatever you can carry.
Okay, so he just runs right up to the chest, takes his backpack. He's got a big grin on his face. He starts filling it.
All right.
What am I grabbing? I'm just like.
You're just
filling
grabbing
back-
valuables.
Darian will look for a card
Ask what's going on.
used for his memorial, perhaps. Is there anything here that might qualify for like 1,000 GP gem like that? I believe that's what you had called it.
There may be something of... No, probably not 1,000 GP in any single piece, but there is definitely nothing that is infused with arcane magic, as verified by Aaron's detect magic earlier.
how much
all
am I
right.
able to?
So, since it was Edwin who started it, why don't you roll me 1d500?
Oh boy. Alrighty.
The number of diamonds.
87. All right. So you all can carry out from this room 587 gold pieces worth of valuables of various coinage and gems and like necklaces and bracelets and worked treasures and valuables.
What would the weight of that be? Are we putting this on the mule, or the camel, or are we putting it on ourselves?
You can put it on your mule. This is just what you're carrying out from the mountain. We'll split it at the end of the session.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in my notes.
Sure.
All right. Yeah. So, yeah, Edmund's pretty happy. It might not be a hammer, but he's gotten great information from both the Dworkin guy, because he got to meet somebody that's super ancient, far more ancient than his own god. And he also got to know about Titans that he didn't know about, not necessarily anyway. And he knows that he could bring Titan material back to, Dworkin.
Okay. Yeah, when you're done with that, Darian will, having been told the name, hopefully, of the guy, Dworkin, by Edwin, he'll call out to him in Draconic, and he'll say, "Mighty Dworkin! I do not know if you understand this language, the language of dragons of old. I do not speak your tongue. Perhaps you speak mine, and that of my ancestors."
Dworkin just looks at you.
"Ah, I did not think so." And he asks again in Elven, "Perhaps in this tongue, the flowery one."
Gonna go through.
He just kind of shrugs and walks over to the furnace and begins stoking it. He finds a big bag of what appear to be coals and begins throwing them upon the fire.
Can I ask?
"I see you are a man who speaks a few words." "Well, very well." Go ahead, sorry.
No. Edwin, he goes to leave the cave, but he turns around and he asks Dworkin, "Hey, in Dwarven, of course, what was that ringing we heard earlier? Might have been sometime yesterday. We were entranced or hallucinating of some sort."
He grabs just a handful of gold and valuables and whatever is left in these big treasure boxes, and he just throws it in the furnace, and he says, "Watch." The golds and gems begin to melt and twist, and they turn into metals. He takes out the tongs, and he places them down.
His fingers on his ears?
He says, he pulls out the hammer, and he says, "We must keep the tools working, even if cannot create anything of value. The tools must be kept sharp." And he swings down on the molten mess in front of you, and he brings it up again and again and again. And the ringing is thunderous in this room, but it echoes out rhythmically, almost magically. You feel your breathing at this point suck in and begin to happen at this same rhythm. You're entranced by it. All of you as spellcasters, you can just feel the presence of almost pure magic in the room ringing around you. You feel your own magical senses almost being oppressed as this is happening. All of you are just caught in this trance, just watching this happen as he strikes the metal over and over and over, eventually working it into a shape, and then by the time he's done with it, it is a perfectly made hammer head. And then he takes it and he throws it in the furnace and lets it begin melting away again as the final blows of his hammer echo away. You finally come to your senses, having watched it all go down.
So Edwin is enthralled and entranced, not just by the magic, but he's very interested, and he's sort of scratching, if he can, some sort of image of Dworkin on his arm, so he can remember it.
Mm-hmm.
or like a very crude image of Dworkin, like maybe in like dwarven sort of architectural, the way they would make things on the walls and stuff. He's kind of sort of making like an image that's close to that, close to Dworkin. So, and he turns to leave.
Okay.
And then he says to Aaron and Fan, he's he
Aaron,
said, "All right, we've got what we need. We need to get out of here."
Tats,
Daniel
That's not that.
finds sense. He's curious if this being is a celestial.
It is not a celestial.
Oh, maybe you can ask me, and I can ask him what being are you, or if that's what you want to do.
I mean, you can see Darian's like put his hand to his head, sort of think deeply for a moment, but he doesn't really say anything.
Yeah, so I'm just walking out. I'm happy. So
right.
walking out of the cave.
Tats is beyond happy. Grabs 7 pounds of the riches to have it in her bag after having lost 3 or 4 mules, I think, over the different campaigns. And since she has followed the entire conversation across 4 different languages with her comprehend languages, she, like an excited kid, she just conveys everything to what's it called? Adrian? No, sorry.
Edwin.
Aaron. No,
Aaron.
Aaron,
Sorry.
who couldn't follow the conversation, and then Edwin said, blah blah blah, blah. And then this person, and then Darian spoke in Elven, and the other one looked at him.
They're just staring like, what are you guys saying? What's going on?
I think after it sort of like explained to him what was being said, I think Aaron would just sort of like stare at Edwin in like just like complete like shock that you met this like thing that's talking about how it knew your god, and you were having this just like really casual conversation with it about like you can like take this hammer. Do you be alright? And he's just thinking about like imagine if he met the dragon or something that knew the dragon and the conversation that he would have, and he's just like fair play, man. you.
His intelligence is at a 10. He's not the most intelligent man, and his wisdom's at a 10. So I'm trying to play the character as best I can. Like maybe if he was more intelligent or maybe if he was more wise, he would definitely be asking different questions. But he's not either of those things. He's a soldier. He wants money. He wants paid. He wants out. So,
All right.
and of course,
Yeah.
Will nevertheless go to Edwin and think, so would you say you self-actualized now and no longer need any material possessions?
yeah.
And Darian actually ponders something. Last time he was with a dwarf who went into a place of power. That dwarf said some prayers and got a blessing. He's feeling pretty thankful that this dwarf didn't get murked after trying to steal this powerful creature's stuff.
So you make it out of Dworkin's Forge and make your way down the mountain once more. I will roll for encounters. That probably wasn't the longest bit of investigation. I imagine you still have the whole day left. The mountain itself is fairly safe. You do not encounter anything. It's going to take you pretty much a full day to make it back down, as you started at the very top of the mountain. Night comes at the base of the mountain, and let's see if you guys found any food on your way down. Go ahead and give me some foraging rolls for the day.
I gotta at least get one of these. I gotta get one of these.
All right. That is a success for Taz.
Oh my god.
And for Aaron. And for Darian.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. So,
Wow.
you have found water for the day. You do not have to drink into your barrel. You have found food for 3 of you, as well as the 2 pack animals. But Edwin, I'm going to need you to mark 2 pounds of rations off for your day worth of travel. The night goes by smoothly here at the base of the mountain, and you are all set to go. Anybody have any hit dice or HP issues to work out, or shall we go to the next morning? All right, excellent. So,
I'm gonna outwit. I got
All right,
one question. Sorry, go ahead, Darian. I didn't hear you.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, are you marking? I gave you the I put the rations in the camel pack, so you're the one that has to mark those. I guess I don't know. I thought you were marking the extra rations off because like every one of these survival saves that I had, I figured you were doing that along with all the stuff you guys were able to get because I gave the camel the ration packs, so I wouldn't able to track the rations.
Rations. I have a total after spending 1 and then 2 more. I have 3 left on myself and 10 on the camel.
Okay, I should be down to almost okay.
All right.
As well.
So you're
and then before.
Yes.
That's it. Sorry. Okay.
Okay, so you are at the base of the mountain. You have climbed the peak. You've had a religious experience. You have met Dworkin the First Smith. Are you heading back to Farfield Keep? What else are you trying to do with your adventure here?
I think we are going to be heading back towards the keep, but before we do, we should make sure that we return to that area where we first refilled the barrel. Make sure that it's because it was in this section right at the base of the mountains. So if we can figure out where, like, retrace our steps a little bit and fill up the barrel at the start of the day, that's something I'd like to do. But beyond that, I think Aaron wants to get back towards the keep, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. After we go to the wellspring to fill up our water skins and stuff, Edwin wants to remember those shiny materials that he might have seen along one of those mountain trails that we were using, that he didn't really think about first because he didn't really get a good look at it or whatever. But he wants to see if he can do that, see if he can find those things again at some point as we're traveling back to the keep.
The shiny things in a mountain trail.
Shiny thing. What was it? The material or something.
Oh, you want to go? You want to go? You want to go find the gulch that you skirted around?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or that's what he wants to do. Yeah. So I guess would we be
advised me to quit while you're ahead?
Yeah, yeah. I guess not. Yeah.
Okay. So who's acting as navigator then?
I'll roll. I'll do it.
As far as I know,
Okay.
Darius, unless you want to take charge of the group, Edwin.
Yeah, I got it.
All right, Edwin. So you're intending to go to the watering hole as part of your destination. After that, what is the intended route that your party is taking, and what is the pace you are going?
I guess we could be backtracking.
We're heading back, right?
Yeah, we're just heading back down the same path we went came up, same safe path to get back home, that sort of thing. Just basically just turning around, going back the very same direction we came in.
Turning around, going back the direction towards Farfield Keep. Okay.
Yeah.
And you're going at a slow, medium, or fast pace?
Is medium fine with everyone?
Normal.
Slow? Okay, slow.
Okay,
Yeah.
slow pace. All right, go ahead and give me a survival wisdom check for your navigation. At advantage. Your DC is 15 to navigate in the hills. All
Wow.
right. You lose some time in the hills and begin making your way back through where you came from.
boy.
You manage to find the water, fill up your barrel if it was lacking any, and continue on about your day. It is not long, however, into about noontime when the party is making its way through a series of cliffs and hills that are a bit steeper than normal, and the 4 of you all hear cries from overhead, like eagles screeching down, and the 4 of you see this scene as large bird-like faces and talons on top of horse-like bodies are circling above you and the camels. These strange monsters are clearly hunting, and they are closing in on you. What do you do?
Is there any? How close are we to the mountains? Is there any above head cover that we can go under? Maybe it's some rocks that overhang. Perhaps we won't get directly swooped upon.
You take a quick look around, trying to find a cave, and no, you are largely out in the open here.
Okay.
Edwin gets his light crossbow ready just in case something wants to, come in and grab his tiny little body.
Yeah. Aaron will take a few steps back from any of the mounts to make sure he's not going to get, speared through as it swoops towards them.
Edmund's gonna get behind some
All right.
rocks, get some cover. Some
Seems
sort.
like the party prepares itself to fight. Excellent. Go ahead and click on your tokens then, and let's have ourselves a fight.
Well,
Do we have?
if possible, Darian would ask to the others that they try to hide under some cover, perhaps some not trees, but like some rocky areas.
Yeah,
maybe give
there
them
aren't any. That's
a little more time.
for those what was clarified. Like we're like in the middle of nowhere.
That's what Greg said.
No.
We're basically out in the open.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Oh, sorry.
So,
Ah.
why is my zoom out
Um,
messed up? Okay, there we go.
Let us add
that's
Aaron here.
Ah,
Oh
Add
boy.
custom item.
Nice, consistent load.
Aaron. Let's put that 7 in there.
yeah, sorry, I'm not.
Nope,
really
it's all
experienced
good.
as
All right, so the first to act is Tads. Tads, these creatures are hunting, and your party squares up to fight. What will you do?
Do they not have more than 12 dexterity? Because we have a tie.
That's fine. You're going first.
All right. Tats will be casting a fog cloud up of them. So doing a whole spitting into her palm and drawing out the swirl. She wants to cover her entire party and then fall on the ground, fall prone.
All
Right
right.
below.
You draw out a fog cloud. The fog cloud. Oops, my bad. The fog cloud covers 20 feet, right? So. Like
if I'm not
this.
mistaken, yes.
All right, you create a
20-foot
fog
radius.
cloud. Whoosh, the entire area is obscured. Okay. That means
20 foot radius, so it's a 40-foot diameter. So it's twice that big.
okay, it's twice that big.
Yeah, 20. Yeah, correct. 20. Guess then
Wow.
it worked
It's like that. No, 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 10, 15, one more.
Fog clouds are huge.
There you go.
Or 8 by 8.
You have created a
That's
fog cloud.
Yeah, she's prone.
This is
at the
gonna be
corner.
really. It's gonna be really interesting. These griffiths hit each other.
It is. So these hippogriffs, what do they
Oh,
do?
hippogriffs.
You are now in a fog cloud. The hippogriffs begin circling. They kind of fly around like this, searching for someone or something to eat. But they don't find anything. Aaron, what's the plan?
This
You go
might
first.
work against us, but like depending on how strong their wings are, their wind might disperse the fog cloud. Like you
Not
said,
10 miles an hour.
Okay.
I promise you nothing's flapping its wings for
okay.
10 miles an hour worth of wind. Like maybe a big ancient dragon or some shit. I don't know.
So because they've not attacked us and they're just sort of circling around, I think for now Aaron's just going to keep crouched, keep quiet, and hope that they're like just sort of stupid animals and they're not going to forget what they saw, but maybe they'll come to their own conclusion about how there's something wrong here. Maybe they'll fly away and he's not doing anything for now.
Okay.
Basically, he
Edwin,
might. Is there like is this a rock here that he can hide under?
sure.
Go for that.
Try to get a little cover or something. All right. Edwin, what do you do?
Get up on something, get a little bit higher ground. Like stay in the fog, but get higher ground. Like and then kind of like wait, like have a reaction to where like if I see a hippogriff coming in and it's getting too close, I can smack it
Okay.
with the light crossbow or something. So like would that be here? Hold on.
Sure, you can climb that rock.
Is this a rock I can climb onto? Okay.
Sure.
So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead, climb there, and then have a reaction stance. I guess, like if I see something, I can shoot my light crossbow at it.
Okay. Darian, what do you do?
Well, there's a part of me that wants to step out and huck a javelin, but the other part of me wants to just kind of cast bless on the party. So, if there's any preference from my friends and allies, do we desire blessings or shall I attack?
Does bless not require sight? Because then you can't cast it. It would make the decision pretty easy.
Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah, you have to see
Good
them.
thought,
They
see?
don't have to just be within range. That's right. Yeah, you're blinded inside the fog. You cannot
no,
bless your allies.
That's not true.
You are in a heavily
I
obscured
can actually.
fog.
Let me, 3 creatures of my choice.
Yeah, there you go. No, it doesn't
Technically.
say C.
Doesn't say
You're
C.
good. You're good.
Oh well, there you go.
There you go.
Nice. Yeah, I'm surprised too. I thought, damn, there it is.
No, that's
But
that's
yeah,
good.
Darian will. He will raise up his Minotaur's battle axe,
Mm-hmm.
and he will say, "May the blessings of the Minotaur protect us against this vile beast."
All right.
And he'll kind of swirl it around a little bit and pull some of that fog cloud around them to kind of aid that way.
Sure. Why
He will
not?
bless himself, Edwin, and Tads. Unfortunately, not Aaron. I don't think you're making a lot of attack rolls,
Okay,
as far as I can tell.
that sounds good. So you bless yourselves, Tads. The fog cloud remains.
And then I will move to here so that I'm in range of my allies just in case.
Okay, Tads, you are still in the fog cloud. You've been blessed. What do you do?
Tad puts with her hands, perceiving where the rock is next to her, like noticing that Darian is there as well, and then she will use her minor conjuration to summon up a spear, which she tries to hold onto the rock. The idea being, if one of those hippogriffs were to make a dive, that hopefully they get impaled by the spear, but like sort of.
All right, you try to
I'll
set a
stay in that
spear
direction.
against the rock blindly in an effort to get them to not dive down into you. All right, the hippogriffs go. The hippogriff here is going to fly down and land and walk its way into the cloud. It's going to walk here. It's going to roll a die. Which direction does it go? Into the cloud. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 squares it can go into. So it goes into 1, 2, 3. It goes into this square here. It's blinded. It's in the fog cloud. It continues walking in, and it notices there's a person nearby. The hippogriff reaches up with its claws and attempts to rend at whatever this prey is doing inside this strange cloud. Aaron, you are the one next to it. It attacks you with a 7, and it cannot find you. You hear
Does everyone get a shot if he was preparing one for when he sees the hippogriff?
because he is blind. The blinded condition is going to make it very hard to shoot that hippogriff. I don't care. You know what? Fuck it. Shoot a shot at it.
Nice.
Is this a reaction from me to the hippogriff?
Yeah,
or
sure,
Can
why
only
not?
Aaron see it? Okay, so since I'm blessed, I don't know how to write. How would I write that? Would that be advantage? No.
No, Bless allows you to add a
No.
d4 to the
That's right.
roll. So it'd be like 1d20 plus your modifier plus a d4.
Okay, all right. And then, yeah, that's what I'd have to do. I thought I was rolling my light. Okay, so 1d20 plus my modifier. I'm proficient with a light crossbow, so that's a plus. What
Plus
is that? 2?
strength plus proficiency. So, or
Oh,
in
strength.
your case, dex. I'm sorry. Plus dex
Oh, yeah,
plus
that's right.
proficiency.
Okay, so plus X, plus 1, and plus proficiency is that's 2 points or 1 point. 2. Okay, so okay, and boop. 14.
Awesome. The 14 hits it. Please roll me damage.
Oh. Woo! Yay. Okay, so boop. Normal.
Also,
Yeah.
remember, you can add a d4 to all of your attacks, so that 14 might be a little higher, but it still hits.
He rolled.
Okay,
he rolled
gotcha.
the d4 with it, right? Didn't he?
Yeah,
Oh no, he didn't. No. Okay.
I didn't. Oh well, I made that mistake the last time. Okay, all right.
That's
was my
okay.
bad.
You still hit it. You're good.
Not worry about it.
You deal 9 points of damage to the hippogriff. Excellent.
Oh, yeah.
You hear the cries of the other hippogriff as it continues to like kind of fly in a circle. It screams and searches for its prey, but it doesn't find anything. Aaron, you've kind of taken cover under this rock, trying to not get hurt by this hippogriff that's come in here. What do you do?
Well, seeing that plan is not completely planned out. As before, I think he's going to, because it's blind, it shouldn't be able to make him attack of opportunity. He's going to skirt around, and then he won't be able to see it, I suppose. Can he cast a spell and then move? Is that possible?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. So I think he's probably just going to blast it with a magic missile. Just like, yeah.
You need
Level
sight
3.
for that? I think you do.
If it can attack me, can it see me? Oh no, but we're saying he can't see. You can't see at all. And okay. So you
I
can't
don't
do
care.
that.
Throw some magic missiles out. I'm really whatever on this fog cloud thing. 9 points of damage. Excellent. You strike the creature. It howls in pain, but it does not go down. Edwin, what do you do?
We found the secret, guys. It's fog cloud.
Edwin-
Out.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Say that again.
It's your turn. What do you do, buddy?
Oh, sorry.
sorry.
Edwin looks at the Dworkin like image he's carved on himself, and he's scared of this hippogriff because he's never seen this sort of monster before, and so he puts his arm up to his head and he prays to Dworkin, because he's the only maybe god that he's ever met, even though he was much more interested in gold. He prays to Dworkin and Dwarven to maybe help him in some way. It's just like a shot in the dark, so to speak, like I'm shooting the crossbow in the fog. And he hopes that did something for a free action, and he's going to try and reload the. Ooh, yeah, I think he's going to reload the crossbow. Does that take an action?
No, it does not.
Okay, so he reloads the crossbow and shoots again.
All right.
So, let me go and do that. And this time, I'm not going to forget to put the plus. What was it? A 1 for dexterity, and then plus 2 for proficiency. Plus, was it 1d4?
Yeah.
1d4. I hope I wrote that right.
9. That will not hit. Your crossbow bolt flies wide in the mist.
Okay.
Darian, what you got for me?
Well, Darian will. He hasn't seen the hippogriff go around, and he hasn't seen this one. So he will shout out, "Friends, where are these creatures? I cannot see them in this fog."
You'll alert them.
Edwin speaks under his breath. He's like, "Be quiet,
I'm sorry.
Darian. We're trying to make sure that one of them doesn't find us. We can only take one at a time, I'm sure." Sorry. Yeah, that's it.
Very well. In that case, did I hear this hippogriff up here being attacked and being hit?
Oh,
I
for
don't have
sure.
to see it, but I can hear the sounds of
Yeah, for sure.
things and all that. Okay. Yeah, I'll just take a step forward and I'll attack it if I
Absolutely.
can, or attack where it is. I guess same difference.
That'll hit. Go
Because-
ahead and roll me any number of damage over 2. Excellent. You have slain the hippogriff. It dies to your battle axe. Tads, what do you do?
All right, Darren brings his down and says, one down. Where is this other one? And then he'll move back to his right.
Okay.
Tats will peek out, look around, see the hippogriff,
Uh-huh.
be very panicked, and run back in.
All right.
It's a turn.
Did you see it, friend? Why do you run so fast?
All right.
What's there?
That makes the hippogriff's turn. The hippogriff saw you and flies down here into the mist, expecting you to be there. You're not, but there are other people there, and it will bring its talons down on Darian.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
For a 7, not striking you. Aaron, there's once again a giant hippogriff right next to you. What do you do?
Hmm.
Oh, so is it me? Oh, sorry. I thought you said Darian. Sorry.
No.
Yeah. So I guess I'll hit him again with another magic missile.
All right. Go ahead and roll me some damage. 10 points of damage. Very strong. Very strong.
Nice.
All right. Edwin, there's a clamor of bird and fighting going on next to you. What do you do?
He's gonna move. Just put it right here on the rock. Can he hit that hippogriff with his maw? Maw
Sure.
doesn't have, like a reach.
Yeah,
Okay.
why not? It's a big ass creature.
Yeah, big ass maw. All right. So he's gonna roll. Well, first he's gonna pray to Dworkin a little bit louder this time in Dwarven, to help them in some way, because he's they're fighting off against a creature he's never seen before, and so he says it louder this time, the second time, and he's gonna roll for the maul hit.
All right. Oh
And he's gonna fail
no.
horribly.
Yeah, that did
Wow.
not go over well. No.
Wow.
Darian, there's a creature in front of you. What do you do?
You should not forsake Moradin, friend. This dwarken creature may be powerful, but he is not a god. I say as I attack the hippogriff.
All right. The 25, that'll do her. 17 points of damage. Wow! Between you and the magic missiles, you once again slay this creature in the fog cloud. And you are
That's
once
great.
again unmolested.
Oh,
Oh, did we lose somebody?
We leave that.
That's
We did.
yeah.
Unfortunately.
maybe their internet went out.
I do not think I struck her down. It was just the hippogriffs I slayed.
All right. So while we try to figure out what happens to Tads, in the aftermath of the battle, is there anything you all want to do, or are you moving back on towards Farfield Keep?
Okay, so
Darian will offer healing.
sorry. Go ahead.
Does anyone need healing? I don't think there were anyone really got hit very much, if at all, by the hippogriffs.
No, we're all fine. Maybe we should
Alright.
keep on, beeline in that direction.
All right.
Do they
Grab
have any?
Can I? Sorry.
Yeah, I was. Sorry.
Can I grab a Can I? Do I know if hippogriff claws are important or anything? Like, or would I be able to like take one with me? Like
Let
a
us
trophy.
see.
Trophy.
Does Hippogriff have?
Hey, here he is.
Hydra. Intellect Devour. That's not right. Oh, Hippogriff is an I, not a Y. There we go. The Hippogriff pelt has no immediate use, but it is well known to be something that could be used for, or crafted by like a leather worker into a water skin. The pelt of the Hippogriff makes pretty good watertight things. And Hippogriff feathers are well liked by both fletchers for creating arrows or by calligraphers for nice pens.
Can I rip some feathers off of the hippogriff? One
Absolutely.
of the dead hippogriffs and stuff it in my back.
Yeah, each hippogriff can give you 1d10 hippogriff feathers.
I'll just roll for that then. I'm gonna try and grab for both of them.
Nice.
Sure.
So it'd be 1d. I guess should I just roll 1d20 since I'm grabbing from both hippogriffs?
Sure, that's acceptable.
Okay.
All right.
10 feathers.
You have 10 hippogriff feathers.
10 hippo feathers.
Even better, hippo feathers.
Hippo.
Those are even more valuable, actually. If you ever find a feathered
Oh.
hippo, you really want those.
Just
All right. And with that, are you ready to move on? No other actions? Awesome.
How many pounds would that be, or would it just not be pounds at all
Feathers,
for grab?
like 100 of them might be a pound. Like, you good.
Okay, so that's okay.
Yeah. Negligible weight. How about that?
Oh, Darian will take a second to to attend to the mounts after the encounter. I know they weren't really molested, but
Mhm.
they get scared,
Mhm.
so he wants to make sure they're all happy and healthy and everything's good. The hippogriffs didn't seem to really attack them very much, although Darian's definitely heard that mounts are the favorite food of hippogriffs, which is one of the reasons why Theodore is so heavily armored.
Yes, they are well known to enjoy horse flesh. It is their favorite food. But you spend some time helping the animals out. They were probably more spooked by the giant magical fog that blinded them momentarily that came out of nowhere than anything. But you calm them down and get ready to climb back down the mountain. Through the hills. You're already off the mountain. The rest of the day goes by relatively peacefully. You don't find any strange creatures or anything jumps out to molest you. It's a relatively peaceful walk. It is about time to make camp through the hills, though, later that day. What is camp like for all of y'all as you are now a full day away from the mountain and have, encountered these hippogriffs, wandered through the Gold Hills? How's camp going for you?
Edwin is pretty happy. He got to meet a great smith that he didn't even know existed. And so he might even start sort of worshiping them, because whenever he did that prayer the second time, louder, he saw that Darian was able to get that good hit on the hippogriff and kill it. So maybe that sort of spooked him into more, like, being a bit more superstitious. So, he's... that's what he is, and he's happy. He's got some griffith feathers. He's never met those sorts of animals. He was very afraid of them, but no. Yeah, he's pretty happy. He's got probably going to get a lot of gold when he gets out of this, and he might even maybe, does he know how to use the feathers, like, from the hippogriffs? Like, could he trade those feathers in for like 10 different cross bolts?
Are you a trained calligrapher or a trained Fletcher?
Oh no.
Okay, so then you couldn't turn them into anything yourself, but you could sell the quill and the feathers. The 10 feathers will net you 5 gold pieces.
Okay. I meant, like, could I take them to a Fletcher and have them give me better bolts, if that's, or I don't know how that would work. Maybe
no, you would get just nice bolts.
Gotcha. That's cool. All right, that's okay. Yeah, he's pretty happy about this whole travel. He's almost seen what he thought was his god at one point. So and now he's sort of worshiping another one. Bit of a turncoat.
Very good.
Does Edwin say that during the camp? Does he mention that he's no longer worshiping Morden, and now he's trying to worship Dworkin?
Well, since he didn't seem very, for everybody else looking at Edmund, like, he's just kind of staring at that, Dworkin crude image that he's drawn on his arm. He thinks, like, he tells everyone that, like, over the course of the night, that, like, he thinks that, Moradin isn't nearly as cracked up as he is, because he's seen men die, and they prayed to his god, his god and their gods, and Moradin didn't do anything for them. But he's looking at the image, it's like, I prayed to Dworkin, and you killed that hippogriff, so seems like Dworkin's doing something for us.
Yeah. Dane will respond and say, friend, I'm sorry, I do not think you quite understand how gods work. They are not omnipotent and all-powerful. They simply have control over a small bit of the world that they can influence. Morden cannot always control life or death. But if you forsake your god, you will surely draw his ire and dark tidings upon yourself. I do not recommend this path, friend. And when I slew that hippogriff, it was my arm and my blade alone that did it. Not Dworkin or his blessings. If anything, it was the Minotaur's blessings upon this magical axe that have granted me such fantastic strength. See, for example, and I put down the battle axe, and all of a sudden, like, my shoulders just, like, slump, and I, like, kind of crouch down a little bit in, like, my heavy armor, and I say, without this axe, I am but a man. The strength is the magic, and the faith that guides the hand. Do not lose faith, my friend. Always hold strong.
Edmund just kind of looks at him. He whispers at the the Dworkin image. Like he's like, he doesn't mean it. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Dworkin, it's okay. like in Dwarven, like that's what he's saying under his breath. Then he looks at her, he's like, thumbs up. He goes back to counting his feathers and how much gold he might have.
Battle axe. His muscles reflex out into his armor, and he goes back about his business.
All right, excellent.
I think Aaron will. Oh, sorry.
No, go for it. That's fine.
So I think Aaron will do a like he had in previous nights. Again, he'll draw out his vortex, preparing to meditate before the stars. But this time, in front of his vortex, he'll sketch into the ground as much as he can remember the face of the black dragon that he saw before him when he'd reached the peak, and he'll just sort of contemplate, thinking to himself in Dragonic, and I suppose almost trying to recreate that moment as much as he can in his mind, and just think about all the different aspects of the dragon and what it was doing, and that's basically the sort of central thing of what he's doing.
Excellent. So, your conversations about gods and your contemplations on the great dragon of the night press on into the night. The night goes largely uneventfully. However, in the watch for Tads, you are awake when you see dancing lights some few hundred feet away from the camp. They are green and red and blue and bright, and they seem to just kind of play and dance along the horizon as you peer out away from the camp. What do you do when you notice these?
Tats is so close to fulfilling her goal that she's incredibly squeamish. So immediately when she sees anything that looks out of the ordinary, she casts Minor Illusion to have the sound of the bell ringing to wake up all her companions.
All right. A bell begins to ring out along the camp. The three of you are awakened as well, and can see, as Tads points out, these dancing lights of various colors along the horizon, some hundreds of feet away from your camp.
I think Aaron will put his hand out a bit expectantly in the direction of Tads, hoping to see you generate another.
Immediately conscious it up, yeah.
And Aaron just has a look at what's out there.
All right, you pull out the conjured spyglass and begin to look through it, and what you see are these spherical wisps changing their colors from reds to blues to greens as they kind of jump up and down and spin through the air. Through the spyglass, you can see that the brush and small grasses and things just underneath them seem to be blowing back and forth as if through an unseen breeze or some kind of gaseous emission.
Okay, I'll feed that back to the party and hand over the a spyglass to anybody else that would like to have a look. I think Aaron's relatively maybe the opposite of Taz, relatively single-minded and he's not thinking about anything else other than his experience right now. So unless something's very imminent, he's really not all that interested.
Okay.
I guess I grabbed the hourglass because I've never really used a magical hourglass or whatever what he might think of it as his opening. It looks at it and just looks down at the direction of what everyone else is looking at. Does he see roughly the same thing, or is it just...
Yeah. You see the same wisps changing their colors and dancing through this almost unseen breeze.
What are they moving around a lot? Does it look like they're coming? Does it look like they're moving away or coming forward?
Have you seen hawks or other birds kind of play in updrafts in hot days, right? They kind of fall down and rise back up and kind of bounce through those updrafts. It's a very similar kind of feeling watching these wisps dance around.
He doesn't really know what wisps are. I don't think he does. So he just thinks they're just a bunch of weird lights. Like he doesn't really see what the big deal is about. So he just hands the hourglass to whoever wants it. The admin's like, I don't get it. Let's go back to sleep.
Yeah, Dane will activate his divine sense and say, "Strange lights in the night. That can't be a good thing."
I believe your divine sense is only good up to 60 feet, and these lights are clearly far beyond that. And so your senses cannot pick up whatever these are.
Okay. They are too far for me to sense whether they are malignant, malign, bad. Darian says, losing the word. We should continue on our way and leave these things to their business. But they surely have none with us.
Okay. And so the party chooses to leave the dancing wisps be. Eventually, the wisps will dissipate, the kind of winking out or leaving your line of sight one by one. And the rest of the night passes uneventfully. So we have traveled a day through the mists. Let's do our little bit of bookkeeping here. You have traveled at a slow pace, so please give me survival wisdom rolls at just regular for DC 15 to find food and water.
Theodore, onwards.
Hey! So Darian finds water. Darian finds enough water to fill the water skins and let everyone drink from it. He also finds food for himself.
Darian finds nothing. It is Theodore that finds the water.
Sure. Theodore finds enough water and finds enough food for himself and Darian. And the other three of you will need to mark 2 pounds of rations each, as well as feed for the remaining pack animal.
I think that's 8 rations for meat, right? I think so.
We'll attempt to buy rations of Aaron since she ran out. And Aaron is just like, we're going to stare at her, like, what are you talking about? And then it's just like walks away and just wordlessly takes his ration.
Yeah, you can have it. You can have whatever you want. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
All right.
I'm pretty sure Edmund is also out of food, so he's gonna, sort of walk up to Darian and be like, "Hey, do you have any food? I'm a little hungry. I didn't seem to find any myself."
Of course. I have many delicious rations. Here's one for you. And please give one to Theodore as well. A true hero.
So he grabs both the rations, he eats his, and walks up to Theodore, pats him on his, camel head. It is a camel, right? Yeah. He's like, "Here you go, Theodore." And so he tries to hand Theodore the food.
All right. Excellent. And with that, we are ready for another day in the mist. So, is Edwin still acting as navigator today, or are we switching it up?
I've been failing all of my wisdom rolls, so I'll just give it to somebody.
Yeah, I think Darian will take up navigating once again. Now that they're heading back to, he feels more confident leading the party. He let the dwarf kind of navigate the stony, rocky area because he felt comfortable that it was his time to shine. But now that they're back, he's going to take them back home.
All right, perfect. Go ahead and give me a destination and a pace that we will be traveling at.
And with Darian navigating, we both know it's Theodore who is actually doing the navigating.
Right.
Even on a full stomach, too.
Exactly. But yeah, the destination is home. The pace is majestic, aka slow. And we tally on. Tally-ho.
All right, you have a slow pace. Let me do a quick check on the hex map. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay, a slow pace will get you there. I thought you were going to end up 1 tile short, but you're fine. Okay, go ahead and give me that navigation check at advantage.
Oh, advantage. Okay. In that case, let me roll once more.
Aha! I told
wow.
There we go.
you. You successfully navigate to getting your full slow pace and begin making your way through the Gold Hills. Let us see what, if any, encounters you make along the way. No? No, it is a peaceful trek through your final day of the journey. The road has been long and the fight's grueling, but you eventually, by the time night begins to fall, find yourselves leaving this like rocky, hilly, juniper-laden area and have found your way back into familiar pasture lands and towns and cities. You're still probably 18 miles or so away from Farfield Keep, but at this point you are effectively in friendly territory and have made it back safely. We can hand wave away the rest of it. Awesome. So, congratulations, one and all. You have ventured out into the mist and made it all the way back with treasure in tow. So, let me split up some XP and some treasure for you. While I'm doing that, feel free to shout out whatever you want before we, wrap up the stream.
Yeah, when the party gets back, Darian is leading them, majestically and triumphantly back. Everyone's got some battle wounds, but they're all looking great. He's got one of the hippogriff heads on like a spike that he kind of carries with him. So he brings it in, he's like, look what we did. And yeah, it's just a real good mood. Goes back to the tavern, buys a round of drinks. Everyone celebrates. That sort of thing.
Quick shout out that we could do.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, if it's in character, you do the character stuff first.
Well, I meant like, yeah, character bidding. I guess Edwin's going to take the old. He's going to find places or find people that would know that he could sell these things to, like for a little bit of extra gold. Like whether it's the valuable. Well, I guess he did.
You can find a Fletcher and a calligrapher, your choice, and sell the feathers. The feathers themselves are worth 5 silver pieces. So 10 feathers would be 5 gold.
Okay, so I'll just put that up.
I was just going to say, Darren, do you want to, if we're doing shout-outs, do you want to shout out the wiki that you created for the, so everyone knows about it if they want to add their characters onto it?
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
Good place to go. Yeah. Pets would post a job at the job board. She is curious about the fate of one of her friends. She would post 50 gold pieces to anyone who finds about the whereabouts of Neril, and she will give out 100 if they were to retrieve his wizard spellbook.
Okay.
Go
ahead and
Darian's
write
doing
that up and send it to me in Discord so that I remember.
Yep.
Did we divvy up
he will add
the gold?
I've got that number ready for us when you guys are done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
All
I
right.
guess Edwin can. Sorry, go ahead.
All right, seems like we're ready. So I want each of you to take home 375 experience points each, as well as 147 gold pieces each.
So 375 experience.
Correct.
Yeah. 147 gold. Okay. So.
All right. And with that, our stream has come to an end. It was a long trip, and it is very hot in my apartment. I feel like I'm going to melt into a puddle. So I am going to sign us off here. Thank you all for coming and hanging out with us on a Saturday. I had a good time DMing. I hope you guys had an enjoyable time playing. We will see you for more of this on Tuesday. We're going to have the return of the team that was lost in the mist going to the Sunken Fort. That should be fun to see.
Oh yeah.
Until then, have a great
Also, I
rest
thought
of...
you were done. I apologize.
What's up, man?
Oh, since you are done, My bad. I'm sorry. Lag is. I'm trying to time it just right to get in like after you're done speaking, so I'm going to lead myself by 30 seconds. It's weird. I'm sorry. But I did want to shout out the wiki as Sean mentioned. We have a wiki for Land Beyond the Mists. It's a community thing. It's got all your characters in there. You can add in any info you like, help with integrating them into the game. And there's lots of good info there too, like locations, and you can look up past episodes, see what you missed. It's good stuff in there.
Awesome. Very cool. And with that, thank you very much for hanging out with us. Have a great rest of your day, night, week, whatever it is, till we catch you again. And I will see you all next time. Bye, everybody.
All right, see you, Greg. Take care.
Thank you.